Yeah, I know. My son's he started kindergarten.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
We're on the record. Good morning. Welcome to the Maryland Public Service Commission's meeting to review the first quarter and second quarter results of our EmPOWER program in case number 9648. After being here for 4.5 years, it feels like we have this review every other week, although it's only twice a year. I continue to be very impressed with the results of our program administrators in this 14th year of the EmPOWER program. It's been a successful program overall, and while it has cost Maryland ratepayers billions, with a B, billions of dollars, this program, over the course of the past 14 years, it's also provided billions in savings, and we've seen the cost-benefit ratios for most of the programs, with the exception of some of the low-income programs, pay dividends to our utility customers, both those who actively participate in EmPOWER programs and those who do not participate in EmPOWER programs still benefit from the deferral of needed infrastructure, generation, transmission lines, distribution lines, as well as all the associated environmental benefits. So we'll look forward today to hearing from the state agencies first, then the HVAC contractors, and then we'll hear from each of our program administrators. Most of the parties will have approximately 20 minutes for their presentations. Madam Secretary will put those presentations up on the screen at the appropriate time. And then we'll conclude today by hearing from the work group leaders for two of our larger work groups here that filed reports in docket 9648. So with that, we'll begin with our presentation by staff, and I turn it over to Director Dan Hurley. Good morning, Mr. Hurley.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Dan Hurley on behalf of staff. Actually, this morning, Paige Shaw is going to give our presentation this morning, so I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Paige Shaw on behalf of staff. With me is Dan Hurley for staff, Michael Dean and Jim Greger of our staff council, and Joe Loper for Loper Energy. Q1, Q2 2022 marks the midpoint of the program year reporting for the 5th EmPOWER program cycle. Generally speaking, results were positive across all the utilities and are pretty consistent with other semi-annual results of the same time period. All the electric utilities have achieved at least half of the annual goal for 2022 and are on track to meet their goals by the end of the year. We also submitted the evaluation, verification, and cost effectiveness reports for the 2021 program year. As noted by the evaluation, the programs are achieving slightly lower savings than they are claiming to achieve. We are still seeing portfolio-level cost effectiveness across the electric utilities and WGL. DHCD's LIEP and MEHA programs were also cost-effective, while the MEET program was not. However, the limited income programs are not required to be cost-effective.
Ms. Shaw, can you pull your microphone a little closer to your mask? Thank you.
Is this better? Yes, better. Okay. The last half of my presentation are the several commission requests across the utilities. BGE requests that the commission approve its expansion of C&I Midstream measures for the 2021-2023 program cycle. The additional measures would include high-efficiency food service equipment, pumps, fans, refrigeration equipment, and laboratory equipment measures to help offset the savings associated with screw-in LED light bulbs, which replace screw-in incandescent bulbs. The ban of manufacturing screw-in incandescent bulbs will begin on January 1, 2023, which will result in the inability to claim savings for screw-in LED replacements, since LEDs will then be the baseline for potential savings. These added measures do not require a budget adjustment. Staff recommends the Commission approve the C&I Midstream measures expansion. DPL is currently requesting 6 budget shifts in its C&I portfolio, and these budget requests are all program cycle incentive shifts. The company is asking to take $3,475,750 in incentives from the CHP program and split the amount between the small business program, the retro commissioning program, and the custom program. DPL would like to shift $2,275,750 into the small business program to help DPL best leverage existing market conditions and allow the program to offer additional program incentives to boost participation. The company would like to shift $850,000 into the retro commissioning program in order to continue operations to serve customer needs without interruption due to a higher than anticipated participation and customer engagement in 2021 and 2022. Lastly, DPL would like to shift the remaining $350,000 into the custom program due to strong performances and participation throughout 2021 and 2022, as well as several large upcoming projects that must be reserved from the current budget. Additionally, DPL is requesting to shift $1,223,272 from the EE Community Program incentives and shift the entire amount into the prescriptive program. The EE Communities program was filed for the 2021-2023 program cycle with a street lighting offering. The street lighting offering has not been approved, therefore it is not forecast to meet its incentive cost. However, the prescriptive program has a strong participation, which has led to a large pipeline of projects. Currently, the prescriptive program has already expended 95% of its 2022 budget and 59% of its program cycle budget. Staff recommends the Commission approve DPL's budget requests. Additionally, Smeco is requesting several budget shifts within its residential portfolio due to discussion and findings from the Midstream work group. The cooperative is proposing to increase several incentives for the appliance rebates, new homes, and HVAC programs. The first four requests are program cycle incentive shifts. The cooperative is requesting to take $1,100,000 in incentives from the lighting program and split the amount between the appliance rebates program, new homes program, and HVAC program. Smeco would like to shift $650,000 into appliance rebates, $250,000 into the new homes program, and $200,000 into the HVAC program. The remaining budget shift requests are related to the outside services budget, the marketing budget, and the utility administration budget for the 2023 program year only. These shifts are from the lighting program into the, These shifts are from the lighting program into the appliance rebates and HVAC program. Smeco would like to take $209,850 in outside service costs from the lighting program and shift $136,272 of that amount into the appliance rebates program and shift the remaining $73,378 into the HVAC program. The cooperative is also requesting to take $123,323 in marketing costs from the lighting program and shift $71,673 of that amount into the appliance rebates program and shift the remaining $51,650 into the HVAC program. Finally, Smeco would like to take $12,215 in utility administration costs from the lighting program and shift $6,718 of that amount into the appliance rebate program and shift the remaining $5,497 into the HVAC program. Staff recommends the Commission approve Smeco's budget request. Lastly, PE is requesting the Commission approve the addition of a conservation reduction program within its other portfolio for the rest of the 2021-2023 program cycle. The program is an expansion of PE's previously approved CVR program from the 2012-2014 program cycle, wherein voltage settings will be adjusted at select substations and distribution circuits such that voltage delivery will be reduced by approximately 1.5%. The new CVR program has the support from the Evaluation Advisory Group, both in terms of the calculations and the anticipated energy savings. Similarly, BGE, PEPCO, and DPL all currently have CVR programs as part of their other portfolios. Staff recommends the Commission approve PE's CVR program. And with that, staff and Mr. Loper are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw, and thank you to Mr. Loper for all his work as well. Ms. Shaw, I believe this is the first time that the Commission is hearing staff's recommendations on a number of the requests from the program administrators. Is this the first time they're hearing this as well?
No, I think we made those requests in our semi-annual comments. Maybe except for the CVR, we wanted to investigate that a little further before making a final approval.
Okay, thank you, because I noted some of the comments, recommendations of Ms. Shaw I did not see included in the comments, and it might still be early today. Ms. Shaw, did you recommend disallowance or disapproval of any of the program administrator's proposals?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure I was hearing early this morning. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask about the marketing budgets. Is there any shifts requested in these requests from the administrators into marketing budgets, or is it all out of
No,
marketing?
it's all from incentive budget to incentive budget, marketing budget to marketing.
Okay. There's no requested effective increases in the marketing allowances?
No.
The expensing of behavioral programs, administrative costs, and other things that we've previously approved, has staff evaluated with the administrators how that is going, how that annual expensing has changed their programming at all, if at all?
At this time, we have not made that evaluation. We're going to look at the surcharge filings that are coming in early November and then make that evaluation at that time.
Yeah, fair enough. I might be asking the administrators the same question. So, okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Bubar.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I noted this morning we saw some comments from OPC on what Smeco's recommendations were, and they endorsed them and agreed with them, particularly in terms of moving the money from different incentives. I was wondering if you had an opinion on whether other utilities should be encouraged to do the same.
Yeah, I think that all kind of depends on when the utilities respond to the, let's call it shutting down of the lighting program with the new standards. So I would expect we might see some more budget shifts moved from any excess lighting could be moved around to other programs to help maintain those budgets. It's a possibility.
Okay, thank you. And then I just had another question. I might ask others this too. If you had any insights or information about schools, it seemed like there were a couple reports that came in that looked like, we're not making maybe as much progress as maybe we would want to with schools, and if you had any insights on what some of those barriers might be.
I think right now part of the issue is the shift from at-home learning to in-person. Which had put kind of a dent in a lot of the utilities, what they were expecting to do. I think that shift is taking a little longer to get there than anticipated.
Yes, well, clearly there's been lots of information in the news about all the things that the schools are struggling with, so I understand that. All right, thank you. That's it.
Commissioner Richard.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah, thank you for your report this morning. Just a couple of questions. One, I was interested in the whole lighting transition topic, since there's going to be a significant change next year in how the lighting program will work. I thought Smeco did a pretty good job laying out a transition plan. Are you working with the other companies as well as far as what's going to happen next June of 23 with these programs? And is there going to be kind of a rush to get light bulbs out the door, or what's overall the discussion happening at the EmPOWER planning level?
So typically when we see a standard change, that standard change is effective January 1st, 2023.
Okay, it's January 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Usually there's some time for a sell-through period to get rid of some of the old stock. So in the evaluation advisory group, we had a discussion about when we're going to start, not count lighting savings. And generally speaking, for the majority of bulbs, we'll stop counting savings on bulbs on April 1st of 2023. For the big box stores and for like the smaller mom and pops and for the food banks and those types of entities, we're looking more of a June 30th as an end date for that. And then similarly with the school kits program, the bulbs will be allowed in the school kits until the end of the school year. So we're looking at July 1st to transition the bulbs out of that program.
Okay, and I was going to ask that question too. This will probably have a big impact on the kits program overall for the remainder of this cycle. How has that already been factored into meeting program goals, EmPOWER program goals?
As I recall, we were aware of this potential standard change going into the program plan. So as I recall, most of the utilities have kind of factored in the diminished lighting savings as a part of their 2023 forecasts.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure that as we're looking at ratepayer money being used going forward, that we do have a transition plan in place that will protect that money and make sure that it is used in other programs in an orderly fashion. Um, Also, I was just interested in the Inflation Reduction Act, all the various opportunities that might be available to the state. And I think OPC raised that there could be a number of opportunities through the EmPOWER program. Are there discussions in work groups or among planners of how this money that wasn't anticipated at the beginning of the cycle might be able to be applied to EmPOWER programs?
So no official discussions in the work groups yet. I think there's been some discussions amongst the utility themselves. We've read the act. I know OPC is aware of the act. So I think at some point we're going to have to get together and make sure that we are making our programs consistent with what's allowed to be able to tap into those resources of that Inflation Reduction Act.
Okay. Yeah, I would just hope that the program administrators and all the participants can be nimble on this, because obviously we didn't know about these billions of dollars in funds at the beginning of the cycle, but many of these dollars, as I think as OPC raised, can be used directly for EmPOWER programs, particularly with electrification and greenhouse gas reduction efforts. Okay, I think all my other questions were related more to work group activities. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you to staff. You'll stick with us all day today and be available for some additional questions. At this point, we will turn to the Maryland Office of People's Counsel, and I believe you have a presentation that we'll bring up. Ms. Eichner.
I apologize. I have it open, but I'm not sure how to mirror. Of course.
We'll go off the record for a second.
Thank you.
Daniel J. Hurley. Yeah, I got it. Switch to the top and switch it there.
I only have this one.
Sorry. You want me to run it? I'll go to slides for you.
I apologize. Good morning.
Okay, well, going back on the record.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Nicole Zeichner, Assistant People's Counsel on behalf of the Maryland Office of People's Counsel. I'm joined today by Dylan Voorhees of the EIC, OPC's consultant on the EmPOWER program. So OPC, as I'm sure you know, is an enthusiastic supporter of the EmPOWER program and recognizes both the environmental benefits that it brings to Marylanders and the economic benefits that it brings to ratepayers. Most programs are generally on track, but there are some areas of concern for OPC. As federal lighting standards have changed, the utilities should be prepared to wind down lighting incentives. The utilities will also need to ramp up other programs to compensate for the savings that they previously obtained through lighting programs. Some EmPOWER programs, and this has been a concern in previous semi-annual periods, but as well, we feel that some EmPOWER programs are effectively serving as an obstacle to the state's climate goals. OPC is concerned by the poor performance of the HVAC and heat pump water heater programs, as well as the number of new gas-heated homes being constructed through the new construction program. With federal funds coming from the Inflation Reduction Act that we've previously discussed here today, especially for energy efficiency and electrification, we have a unique opportunity to synergize these federal funds and EmPOWER policies to meet the state's climate goals and continue delivering savings to ratepayers. Finally, we continue to support additional funding for limited income programs.
Can I ask you a question on the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, the point you just covered? The Office of People's Counsel says the Commission should participate actively in planning for this opportunity, being electrification monies. And and efficiency monies. What exactly does OPC think we should be doing that we are not doing? Because we've kind of issued some orders that require the utilities to report to us on a regular basis, partially at your request. What else should we be doing that you think we're not doing to actively take advantage of these funding opportunities?
And that's a good question. This is more of a continued process. We're not suggesting that you're not doing anything right now that you should be doing, but I understand that Maryland Energy Administration is also still working out how these funds will be administered. So our hope is that the Commission can just monitor this process and make sure that, if possible, these funds are used for EmPOWER. We feel like EmPOWER is the logical choice to utilize these funds because the infrastructure is in place, there's name recognition, the programs are already set up, and also with DHCD, they already have these customers. And as we know, it's difficult sometimes for DHCD to attract customers for their programs. So we feel like EmPOWER is the logical way to spend these IRA funds.
I understand. I do know the administration has appointed a czar, if you will, to head this effort up, and there are other state agencies who are kind of working together to make this happen, including MEA and others.
Yeah.
So I just was curious if OPC was suggesting we still weren't doing something that.
No,
We should
it's
be.
more of an active. Thank you for the question.
All right, thank you.
And if you could please move to the next slide. Lighting. So the Evaluation Advisory Group agreed on a date by which the utilities should stop providing incentives for efficient light bulbs. And that's due to the fact that the federal lighting standards have changed and inefficient light bulbs are leaving the market. We certainly don't want to incentivize efficient light bulbs once there's no option available on the shelf. So we understand that this is a practical solution to abide by a certain date, but we also feel that there should be some monitoring by the utilities so that we aren't inadvertently incentivizing efficient light bulbs when there's nothing else on the shelf, which is actually something that could cost about $1.5 million per month to ratepayers. So we do feel that a monitoring process is necessary, and we know that utility representatives visit at least big box stores frequently, and any form of monitoring would help ensure that these funds are being used appropriately and aren't just incentivizing things for no reason. As to
Ms. Eichner, what do you mean by monitoring the utilities to make sure that they're not offering incentives at Costco or Home Depot?
monitoring, we would ask that the utilities monitor Home Depot and Costco, monitor these big box stores and look at the stock that's actually available on the shelves. And obviously this is an imperfect system. There's no way they can know exactly how many, but when they're visiting these stores, there could be some surveying, some sampling. And if we know, for example, that Home Depot no longer has these inefficient light bulbs, then that's when the incentive disappears for Home Depot.
Would it not be simpler just to create a bright line date instead of having the utilities send secret shoppers into the store?
And Commissioner or Chairman, we did agree on a date, and OPC agreed on that date as well through the Evaluation Advisory Group. But I guess our concern is that that date is April. If by January everything is sold out of the big box stores, then we're providing 4 more months of incentives that are possibly unnecessary. So it's not a perfect system, and I'm actually going to let Mr. Voorhees respond. He might have some additional information as to a monitoring system.
Good morning, Commissioners. Again, my name is Dylan Voorhees with VEIC. Mr. Chairman, you're absolutely right. It would be simpler just to pick a date and do that. The cost of that could be millions of dollars of incentive dollars that are spent that don't really have any impact. And so it's a trade-off, and we don't know how quickly those bulbs will actually be gone from shelves, and that's why monitoring them could be useful as a way to conserve ratepayer dollars.
I just don't know how, if a Pepco person goes to Home Depot and you see what's on the shelf, but you don't know what's in the back of the store, how do they have the authority to have Home Depot compel their inventory lists?
Mr. Chairman, I think that utilities and their implementers actually have very close relationships with retailers and very clear understandings of what those inventories are. They visit those stores to help move inventory off the shelf. So I think it is actually the business of the programs and their implementers to have those kind of relationships with the retailer stores.
Okay, thank you. I'll look forward to having the utilities respond on that point.
Mr. Voorhees, aren't there costs associated as well with doing such statewide monitoring program?
Absolutely, Commissioner. It's unlikely, in my opinion, that it would cost millions, several millions of dollars in order to
But
do
if the
that.
stock stays there till April, conversely, and we spent money on sending people to the stores, we spent money we didn't need to spend. So it's kind of a guessing game, isn't it?
It absolutely. I don't know if it's a guessing game, but it is a calculated risk, Commissioner. That's absolutely right. So I think what OPC is suggesting is that some level of monitoring that could begin at the new year would be a prudent investment of likely many orders of magnitude less cost than the risk that ratepayers could overspend.
Well, we'd have to figure out the complexities of ordering such a monitoring system. That's not it's easy to casually kick that idea out. To implement it is maybe in an order of this commission may not be so easy. So, thank you.
Thank you. And if you could please, thank you. So HVAC, as you can see from the graphics here, the HVAC program is just not performing as well as it should, and we do feel that it's unacceptable due to the state's climate goals. And I'll touch on this further later. Thank you. And then as to if you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Heat pump water heaters. The heat pump water heater program is also not moving the market, and this really represents a missed opportunity. And we respectfully request that the Commission direct the utilities to conduct a study of the water heater market, or heat pump water heater market, I apologize, in Q1 of 2023 to better understand exactly what is being sold, where it's being sold, and how it's being sold through contractors, through distributors, what types of stores, in order to design better programs for 2024. And as you can see, there are 900,000 electric water heaters in Maryland, nearly, and the Midstream programs report less than 1,000 heat pump water heaters per year. So we feel like there's a big opportunity here, and we'd like to try to see the utilities capitalize on this. And then as to new construction, so we recognize and we respect the Commission's authority, but respectfully, we would like the Commission to reconsider its decision on gas incentives for EmPOWER. And this new construction program is another example of why. The new construction program highlights one of the reasons why the allowance of gas incentives under EmPOWER runs contrary to the state's climate goals. We have zero energy ready homes, and this performance is incredibly low. This is unfortunately another missed opportunity. But meanwhile, Washington Gas, although performing as required, they're doing very well with their new construction program. What this means is they're putting in new gas equipment in. They're putting gas equipment in new homes, locking in gas in those homes for some time. And the most efficient time to put all electric in homes is when the homes are built. So we feel like it just seems counterproductive to put gas in a new home, and then this is something that has to be retrofitted to meet the state's climate goals, and this is concerning to us.
Has the legislature acted to ban gas appliances in new construction?
No, Chairman, Commissioner O'Donnell. There's no. These aren't illegal, and we know that they're not illegal. But we feel that the Commission does have the authority to make these types of decisions and say, we want to move towards the state's climate goals. It just doesn't make sense when we know what the Climate Solutions Now Act has said about retrofitting. Here we are putting in, gas in all these new homes, and it would have been the best time to put electric into those homes.
And the council in the District of Columbia recently entertained the notion of such a ban. And what happened there? Do you know?
I unfortunately am not familiar with that.
It failed.
Yeah. And I'm not.
Because there are a lot of problems with doing that. So
Yeah,
I appreciate the sentiment, but I just wanted to kind of point that out, that you say it's state policy, but that's debatable with reasonable minds.
We are not suggesting that there be a ban right now. We're not suggesting right now that there be a ban on gas equipment. We're just saying, why are we spending ratepayer funds to pay for that equipment, to incentivize that equipment? That's our concern. And that is completely within the Commission's decision-making authority. And it just seems, especially in this new construction program, Washington Gas is achieving what they meant to do, and they're doing it well. But it's just an example of how, here we are doing this while we might
Well,
have to.
I would suggest that if we had some gas shortages this coming winter, we might appreciate some of these efficiency measures being in place.
And the measures are, I understand, but it's just the fact that they're being put in new homes that's especially concerning about this. And I understand your position. And if you could please move to the next slide. Inflation Reduction Act, we've touched on this previously. It makes, as I've stated, it makes sense from an administrative standpoint to deliver these funds through EmPOWER. This is a unique opportunity to incentivize electrification, but in order to do that, EmPOWER has to align its policies fully with electrification so that we can take advantage of these funds at the time that they're available. And then if you could please move to the next slide. So Potomac Edison's CVR request. OPC filed comments yesterday in response to Potomac Edison's CVR request. We have problems, or we have concerns with CVR for 3 reasons. There's been significant disagreement over whether CVR should even be counted towards the EmPOWER goals. The Commission is also set to decide on front-of-meter measures versus behind-the-meter measures shortly, most likely after it receives results from the potential study. And that will affect CVR. That will determine how much the utilities can claim from CVR. And then finally, CVR has not been subject to cost effectiveness evaluations in the same way as other EmPOWER programs. So if ratepayers are funding this, we really feel it should be subject to, at the very least, the same cost effectiveness. And also, we believe that EmPOWER should be used to provide services to homes and businesses. CVR is a utility measure. We support additional savings, but if the Commission were inclined to grant Potomac Edison's request, we do feel that Potomac Edison's EmPOWER goal should be increased accordingly so that those savings are not being taken away from homes and businesses. And if you could please move to the last slide. Thank you. So Smeco also filed a request to transition some of the funds from its lighting program into Midstream. We fully support that measure, and we do feel that the other utilities should also have lighting transition plans in place. We had a few technical concerns. 2 of them involved the specific efficiency measures in Smeco's plan, and the other is central air conditioners. So we do believe that, and we put this in our semi-annual comments, we do believe that incentives for central air conditioners should be phased out through EmPOWER. Central air conditioners compete directly with heat pumps, and we know that we really need to incentivize heat pumps at this point. And at the very least, Smeco also is proposing raising the incentive for central air conditioners. And if the Commission is not inclined to phase out central air conditioners at this time, we do believe that the incentive should not be increased at the very least. Thank you. So we are available for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Eichner. With respect to some of your recommendations, particularly the last 2 for Smeco and Potomac Edison, I suspect, well, number 1, have you had conversations with them with respect to your proposals? And number 2, do they agree or do they oppose?
So unfortunately, we have not. They were filed fairly recently, and with everything going on, we filed the comments, but we have not. We suspect that there might not be much of a dispute. I don't want to assume, but the technical requirements, I believe Smeco would most likely agree with that. Central air conditioners, I unfortunately do not know their position.
Okay, well, for the 2 utilities, PE and Smeco, if their counsel could be ready to respond to Ms. Eichner's proposals at the appropriate time, I would appreciate that. My colleagues?
Just one question. There are some, I think, topics that we're going to be picking up this afternoon. Are you going to be here this afternoon when we talk about work groups?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, because I did want to talk a little more about the HVAC and hot water heaters. But I was interested in one concern you raised, and that is about work groups, how they're working. And I'm not getting into the work group aspect of it, but is the frustration that that they're just not meeting, and what is the process that you're going through to try to in requesting these meetings?
Yeah. So first, we really appreciate the work group process. We feel that it's an incredibly successful process, and it's always good to try to reach agreements and not, put the burden on the Commission to order specific measures, right? So we agree with that, but some we feel like they could meet more frequently. Some we've asked to be convened, and they just haven't had meetings in a bit of time. Others, unfortunately, sometimes it's hard to get responses to proposals, and I'm not naming anyone in particular, but sometimes it's hard to get a response to a proposal. So we might, for example, put out a proposal and maybe some time passes and then we're coming up against a deadline, but there's been no response to our proposal, so we end up filing incongruent, we can't reach a consensus for that reason. Sometimes there's not enough time for discussion, other times there's not always a response to proposals, and no one's obligated to respond to our proposals, but I guess the first thing we would ask is that those work groups that we've requested be convened. Perhaps the Commission could order that those work groups be convened. And as to the process itself, I'm not sure there's a way to fix that. And anyone is certainly able to file their own comments and not try to reach a consensus, and that's their right as well.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank
May I just ask Mr. Hurley, is it, there's a concern is being raised. Is it a resources issue? Is it a time issue? Because I recognize there are so many EmPOWER work groups, but it does concern me that if one of the important stakeholders, OPC, isn't feeling like they're having opportunities at work to use the work group process, that maybe we need to look further into this. But anyway, I'd be interested in what you have to say.
I would say it's a combination of time, number of work group, and resources available to, effectively manage all the work groups that we have in place. Obviously, coming up in the fall, we're going to have several more work group meetings with our, we're getting some raw data from the potential study for the future programming work group. The utilities are filing their cost recovery plans, and I think the end of this week, we'll be having a marketing work group report on how best to notify ratepayers about the potential impacts of changes in the surcharge. And then the future programming work group is going to be reviewing all that information from the potential study and working towards making that concrete recommendation of the greenhouse gas reduction goal for the future of EmPOWER. So, yeah, I think it's sometimes it comes down to prioritizing what we think with our timing that we have is to best focus our energies on. But I do understand OPC and Ms. Lecter's concerns.
Okay, no, I appreciate the dialogue here, and so I guess you can see the problems on both sides. So hopefully we can get it worked out. Yeah, anyway, thank you for raising that concern. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you to Office of People's Counsel. We'll next turn to the State Energy Office, the Maryland Energy Administration. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Babatunde Idrisu. I'm here with Michelle Honig and David Shapiro, representing the Maryland Energy Administration. As the state continues its recovery from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, the first half of 2022 saw positive trends in delivering energy savings as program administrators are on track to meet the annual EmPOWER mandate goal. In addition, EmPOWER Utilities dedicated the largest portion of their program costs to consumer incentives and have continued collaborating with DHCD on income-qualified programs. The energy savings delivered by EmPOWER Utilities have associated benefits in the form of positive environmental outcomes and reduced energy and grid costs. A review of utility program performances in the period under review showed that the HVAC programs across several utilities continue to perform below expectations. These poor performances were attributed to supply chain constraints, rising cost of materials, as well as staff and equipment shortages. It's important that program administrators continue to work towards improving the performances of these programs by consistently improving outreach activities to residential consumers, whether through their contractors or distributors, even as they deal with inflationary trends and the residual effect of the pandemic. The Midstream work group worked to reach consensus on several incentives and implementation design-related issues and reviewed industry best practices comparing Maryland programs with other states. Despite best efforts, there's still several areas of non-consensus among stakeholders. For instance, the feasibility of instant rebates from distributors to contractors remains a point of disagreement. While utilities expressed a preference for instant rebates, they expressed a concern about placing burdens on their distributors. MEA encourages the program administrators to continue working with distributors to streamline the rebate payment process and reduce lag times. The Clean Energy Residential Lending Pilot Program approved by the Commission could help overcome some of the financing obstacles customers face and increase participation in utilities, HVAC programs, and home performance with Energy Star program. MEA believes that the consumer outreach and education, especially to low-income residents, is critical for the success of this pilot program. The first half of the year saw that lighting and behavioral programs continue to contribute a large portion of energy savings in the residential portfolio. And it's important that we boost the overall contributions of other programs in the portfolio. as we advance and empower Maryland goals in this cycle, especially with the sunsetting of the savings from the lighting program. Opportunities for increased participation in income qualified programs should be utilized to help spread benefits across Maryland residents and potentially reduce the cost to participants. Participation in this program in the first two quarters of 2022 were below forecasted levels. DHCD should continue its outreach and work with other stakeholders, including utilities, to overcome some of the challenges faced and expand program participation. As we look into the future of energy and the EmPOWER program in Maryland, including increased building electrification, greater numbers of EVs and alternative fuel vehicles, increased deployment of DERs, and more intermittent energy resources on the grid, it's imperative for policymakers and other stakeholders to consider the potential cost implication to ratepayers and the impact on the EmPOWER unamortized balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Idrisu. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Idrisu, could you summarize the administration's efforts broadly with regard to OPC's suggestion and the discussion I had with OPC regarding funding of energy efficiency programs and maximizing the use of the newly authorized funds to carry out state policy goals in the energy sector?
You're talking about the IRA funds. So MEA is still working through the act to try and develop programs, or so there's still. My understanding from speaking with the program managers at MEA was that the IRA is a little more complicated. We've had experience in the past shifting federal funds to the EmPOWER program, but they would have to look through the intricacies to see if it's the feasibility of transferring the funds and putting it into the EmPOWER program.
Well, I think some of these funds are actually earmarked for energy efficiency and electrification and other things. And
Yes,
I'd rather hear about what's being done than what's not being done.
So what's been done is that they're still in the process of reviewing and looking through the act to develop to see how the funds can be applied.
Okay, and is MEA working with a sub-cabinet level group of agencies to carry this out?
So far, my understanding is many of the work is being done in-house right now. But I don't know if there's been reach out to other agencies or people beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the executive branch agencies, we're in a bit of a tough spot because we have to, we have the burden of prudency reviews in these programs, and we have the other burdens. But the administration developing energy policy across the various agencies, whether it's MEA or Department of the Environment or Department of Natural Resources or others, ag, you name it, have a very important role that they're not fettered by some of the constraints that we have maybe here at the commission to make sure we're maximizing the use of these funds through our utilities, because we have to be careful what we order our utilities to do. It's almost a condition of pre-authorizing rate increases, and we can't do that, right? We haven't done any prudency reviews. So I just say that to make sure that everybody understands the constraints that this commission may be under and how important the work of other agencies and state government may be in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bubar.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell, and I hope that when we have our educational sessions on the Inflation Reduction Act, we'll hear from some of the other state agencies, or not inflation, but IIJA. I'm just wondering, thank you for your remarks. I was just wondering if you had any observations or insights on the HVAC program. The recommendation is to improve outreach, and if you have thoughts and ideas on that. And I was also wondering, is there a tie between the instant rebate program and the performance of in the HVAC arena? And of course, we'll hear more from them also later.
Based on the survey done by, I'm going to start with the second question, the instant rebate question. Based on the survey done by Loper Energy, there didn't seem to be any clear position on whether it actually, in fact, it affects the performance of the program. So it's difficult to say one way or the other whether instant rebates by itself would affect, the performance of the program. So yeah, that would be my answer to that question. As regards outreach, I believe that the utilities are in a better position to, provide the response there because they're in the field and they work closely with their distributors and trade partners. So they'll be in a better position to, know what else could be done to improve the outreach.
Thank you. I know we put in a heat pump water heater, and it was a lot of steps to figure out exactly how to get rebates and benefit from that. And it was, very helpful to have the person putting it in to help us through that, but challenging. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
At this point, we will hear from our HVAC contractors and council representing the HVACs. Mr. McGee, would you be more comfortable at the table or at the podium?
The table so that I can do it.
Thank you. Yes, if we could provide some seating right in the middle. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. James McGee with the Law Office of Robert Castro on behalf of the Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors of Maryland, Inc., and the Association of Air Conditioning Professionals. With me today is Sean Maloney, an owner of a HVAC and home performance company, and also the Vice President of the Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors of Maryland, Inc. We filed comments, but I wanted to respond briefly to two things you heard today from Smeco and OPC. First, my clients do agree with Smeco's request to shift budget incentive dollars over to the HVAC program and to increase incentives there. And second, we do not agree with OPC's request to phase out the central air conditioning units. They mentioned that they compete with heat pumps, and while that may be true in some sense to reduce greenhouse gas, it is not an option for several homeowners. So homeowners that don't have the ability, my client can expand on it, but some don't have the ability to install a heat pump. And so if you would eliminate the incentive to a central air conditioning unit, you're not going to capture the energy savings that you would have if you didn't eliminate that. We did file comments inside of the work group report, and we understand that's for this afternoon. So our only other comment today is about what we filed about eliminating the requirement of the EER condition. We have spoken with the utilities for a couple years, and the other work group participants for a couple years on that topic. In June of 2020, there was a consensus filing by the utilities supported by us and other stakeholders that reduced EER from 13.0 to 12.5. And the purpose of that, from our perspective, was that contractors can then better match systems and can avoid choosing oversized equipment just to receive a rebate. A house with a properly sized 16 SEER or 18 SEER is more efficient, comfortable, and costs less than a poorly designed system just to meet the 13 EER standard. At that time, DOE and Energy Star did not require 13, and so there wasn't any pushback about moving that down. Starting in January of 2023, DOE is removing the EER requirement completely for these type of units, except for southwestern states like Arizona based on the climates. And we think it's appropriate to do that, and I'll turn over to Mr. Maloney to explain a little bit more why.
All right, so first of all, good morning. Again, Sean Maloney, owner of SM Mechanical. Been doing this since my company since 2009. I represent over 350 companies and contractors as HACC. And just let me preface everything by saying, we agree, obviously, we want to push on, eliminating greenhouse gas and everything like that. The most important thing for us at this point is to help everyone understand it shouldn't be an all or nothing kind of scenario as far as laws and regulations go, because we do live in an old part of the country. We have several very, very old cities, and we have a lot of old infrastructure. Commissioner O'Donnell, you had said before about the electric, how in certain scenarios, hey, that's great. You have huge, huge incentives to change over from a gas-burning piece of equipment over to electric. 4 or 5 months from now, you might actually get it, and then you're going to freeze through the winter. I mean, and that's just one scenario on that, along with the infrastructure as that goes. As far as the SEER ratings versus EER ratings, we are switching over as of 2023. It's going to be nice and confusing for you guys because if you already don't have an understanding of SEER versus EER, we're switching over to something called SEER 2 rating. So right now the minimum is 14 SEER. Starting in 2023, it's going to be SEER 2, 14 SEER will be the minimum. So it sounds the same, but basically what SEER 2 is SEER 2 14.3 is, if we go by SEER 1, that would be today's 15 SEER. So hopefully you understand that, right? So we're going to have a lot of confusion as far as customers go, because how are we supposed to sit at a dinner table and explain to them how SEER 1 versus SEER 2, I mean, they have no idea. It's up to us to try to convince them what's in their best interest if we're doing what we're supposed to do. That being said, I was one of the people to really kind of push on eliminating the EER several years ago. To me, it makes a lot of sense. To other people, it may not make as much sense because they just don't understand it, haven't been educated on what it actually means. Like he said, there is several climate zones, 3 to be exact. There is the north, there is the southwest, and there's the southeast. The southwest comprises Arizona, New Mexico, California, and did I say Arizona? Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, and California. I think we can all agree we have nowhere near the same type of climate that they do. So when we talk about SEER rating, what that means is they're gonna figure out what the efficiency on a piece of equipment is based on a 24-hour period going between 62 degrees and 95 degrees. Again, I think we can agree that in July, in the middle of the night, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, it's probably mid-60s, maybe 70 degrees, and then in the middle of the day, it's going to be more around 95. The EER rating, that applies over a 24-hour period of 95 degrees over an entire 24-hour period. If you've ever been to Vegas, you get off the plane at 11 o'clock at night, it might be 115 degrees. I've been there for that. So to hold our incentives and our rebates based on something that doesn't even apply to the state of Maryland, not even close, is ridiculous, okay? Because if the goal is to incentivize people to put in higher efficiency equipment, the highest efficiency equipment right now is, for the most part, is 20 SEER. Okay, that's inverter technology. The goal with that is you never use your backup electric heat because it has the ability to run at 100% capacity down to 5 degrees and 90% capacity at -5 degrees. Everyone knows that heat pumps don't have the best reputation, but that's standard technology. If you go into super high efficiency equipment, you can put it in North Dakota. It'll work fine in the middle of winter. Within reason. Obviously, it gets a little bit colder than that there, but not here, okay? So all we're asking is to use a little bit of common sense and understand how this stuff does work, and then you can apply it. And my argument several years ago was, I knew it then, that the DOE was eliminating EER as of 2023. So it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to still hold our Maryland rebates or incentives or anything that we're doing to something that the DOE in general has completely eliminated as far as regulations go in manufacturing.
Mr. Maloney, could I interject at this point? And we reviewed Mr. McGee's comments on this point. DOE is phasing EER out for most regions of the country. We understand that the utilities seem to favor keeping that because there's some connection with Energy Star, which is not a DOE program, but it's an EPA program. In your words, can you explain the utilities, what you suppose is their opposition, and then we'll hear from the utilities later.
In a word, marketing. Marketing. That's all there is. Because Energy Star rating is something that people recognize. That blue logo with the white star and it says Energy Star on there, It's all it is. If people say, is this a piece of equipment Energy Star rated? If the answer is no, then they're worried that people are going to look down on it and say, oh, well, I don't want it. But if we can sit there and say it's not Energy Star rated because it's not meeting an Energy Star rating for California, that's solely it. I mean, do we need catalytic converters in Maryland? No. Why do we have them? Because California requires them, and then they make it a nationwide thing. But we don't necessarily need them.
So if you have a highly rated SEER 2.0 appliance, it may not have an Energy Star sticker.
Because of the EER rating, which doesn't apply to Maryland in the first place, or it actually doesn't apply to 95% of the country. I feel California is a huge driver of national importance. Everything that California says, I think everybody kind of naturally falls behind because it's an uphill battle with as much power as they have. But here's what I'll give you as far as an example goes. If you have a large house, and I think we can all agree that the target is people who have heat pumps to put in higher efficiency heat pumps, or anybody for that matter to put in electric if that's the case. But if you have a large piece of equipment, 4 and 5 tons, 5 tons is the largest piece of residential equipment there is. Right now, there is no 20 SEER equipment that is 5 tons as a heat pump that falls below, falls below 12.5 SEER. 12.5 EER. So you're putting in a piece of equipment that is much, much, much more efficient, way more efficient. And because it's not 12.5 EER, which again doesn't really even apply here, you're getting 0 rebates. And if you're getting 0 rebates, then you're not really incentivizing people to put in that super high efficiency equipment. And then my question is, well, if we're not giving those people the incentive, which should be the biggest ones, add up all the 5-ton systems in the state of Maryland, none of those people, they'll get rebates on a 16 SEER. They won't get rebates on a 20 SEER. So that makes 0 sense.
Thank you. I think you've illustrated your argument well, and in addition to my other items, I'd like the utilities to respond to Mr. Maloney's and Mr. McGee's request here. Were there other issues, Mr. McGee?
Not right now. The rest are in the midstream work group for this afternoon.
Do my colleagues have questions? No? Okay. Thank you again for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now transition to our first program administrator, the Potomac Edison Company. After this presentation, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Does that mean I have to do it?
I think you do.
Oh, no.
If you don't want to, I can do
Here we go.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Jeffrey Trout for Potomac Edison. With me is the team that you have met with on a number of prior occasions on this topic, Mr. Tarosky, Mr. Demaray, and Mr. Miller. They are going to walk you through our brief presentation concerning the results of the first and second quarters of this year. And then with your indulgence, when they're done, I would like a couple minutes to respond to the filing that OPC circulated last night with respect to our CVR request.
All right. Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. Again, my name is Aaron Demaray. Do you want to go to? All right. Thank you. Potomac Edison achieved over 79,000 megawatt hours of energy savings during this reporting period. This is 54% of our annual target, and as noted by staff in comments, this is the highest energy savings of any initial semi-annual period in a program year for Potomac Edison, so we're very proud of these results. There's a lot of numbers on here, but I think the takeaway is really that the savings are that were achieved during the semi-annual period are consistent with the savings that we've been achieving over the balance of the year and a half that we've been running programs. But to put it into a little bit more practical terms, again, a lot of numbers on the previous page, but when you look at what those actually mean in terms of impacts on ratepayers, the number of bulbs distributed, the number of incentives, $12 million given out, and then ultimately the impacts on the environment. And you can also see that at least 52% of Potomac Edison residential customers participated in one or more programs. So we do have not only a large number of savings, but they are penetrating large swaths of our rate base. For the residential programs specifically, 55,000 megawatt hours of energy savings. The main contributors were energy efficiency kits, appliance rebate program, lighting program, and the school ed program. The residential sector is on track to exceed 2022 annual target. To speak just very briefly to hopefully get ahead of a couple of your questions, specifically about lighting, there was the question from OPC about should we be doing something to institute a monitoring program. We would not support that. We support what the work group came to the conclusion with dedicated dates out there. It allows for planning, avoids the unnecessary costs associated with monitoring, and also allows us to work with vendors to hit those dates and move on to the other items in our plan. Commissioner Richard, I believe you also had asked about do we have plans? What will we be doing after residential lighting? And that is very astute. It is correct. When we did file our initial plans, you did see a tapering in the third year, which is commensurate with what we're seeing through the work group recommendation, and a ramp up of our commercial and industrial programs to offset that. So that was anticipated and approved in our filed plan.
Is that included with your kits as well? That seems to be a significant part of your overall cycle plan. Is that going to be impacted, or were you anticipating that anyway?
It's all part of our anticipated plan, sir.
Okay, thanks.
On the CNI program, we did have approximately 24,000 megawatt hours of energy savings, about 33% of the annual target. What we continue to see in the CNI sector, a lot of market challenges. Again, lower contractor participation than we've seen in prior EmPOWER cycles. We're continuing to see that not only at the beginning of the pandemic, but it's still persisting today. Supply chain issues, I think we've heard about those in prior hearings, but yeah, I see them in my wallet at the house as well. They're definitely still having challenges getting some of the equipment that we need. Return to work impacts. We still do not have full vacancy of some commercial spaces, or for those that do, it's harder to get in sometimes to actually do audits or facility inspections. And then still customer budget constraints. I think a lot of businesses are being forced to choose between the bottom line and potentially, what they can do to invest in the business, and it might not be always energy efficiency at the top of their wish list. So because of that, we have been doing a number of activities to try to work with our trade allies to improve program performance, and we have actually a pipeline of 42,000 megawatt hours. So a very significant pipeline that we have been building up. It is driven by, as you can see, a bonus campaign for prescriptive and custom programs, engagement of program allies through webinars and training, enhancing program implementation to meet the market needs, as well as additional outreach to non-participating trade allies. We are working with those even outside of the Maryland territory to see if we can draw them in to serve our service territory.
Can I ask you about that?
Yes.
It seems counterintuitive, the two parts of that phrase, non-participating program allies. How can you have both?
So
what is that?
What we'd be looking at are corresponding trade allies in out-of-service territories. So, our service territory, obviously through the Panhandle, we might be reaching into Pennsylvania or other areas to try to draw people that aren't currently participating into our program so they can serve.
So they're potential program allies?
Potential, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
All right. So in closing, Potomac Edison achieved 54% of its annual target while spending only 39% of the budget. Based on our 2022 activities, we are projected to exceed the annual target. And I think we did have Mr. Trout, who did want to speak to the CVR filing in particular.
Thanks, Aaron. The Office of People's Counsel earlier this morning advanced 3 reasons why they oppose Potomac Edison's proposal to implement this very modest enhancement to the last year of this cycle's program. And I'd like to refute them on all 3 points. Their first argument is that there isn't a cost-benefit analysis with respect to the program that has any sort of rigor, and I respectfully disagree. We pointed out in our filing, and you can see it there, that when we last did a similar CVR program in 2012 to 14 cycle, it was later thoroughly vetted by the statewide evaluator and found to have a cost effectiveness of over 15 to 1. It's frankly off the charts in terms of cost effectiveness. Their second argument was that any money spent on this program is somehow going to detract from the other programs that are aimed at businesses and households. And again, that argument is simply not true and is again shown to be not true by our filing. None of the cost of this program, which is a very modest cost, is going to be recovered through the EmPOWER surcharge. It is another program. It is in the other programs category, which are funded through base rates. That's how our costs were recovered for the 2012 to 2014 program. That's how we would propose to recover the minimal costs for this program. So not $1 is being taken away from any of the household or business programs in order to implement that. And their final argument is that they don't like CVR, that they don't think CVR should count, and so the Commission should just reject this proposal, or if they allow the proposal to go forward, should just not count the savings. And to use a complex legal term, I hope you will excuse me for saying that argument is nonsense. This is an incredibly easy, incredibly cost-effective approach that does not distract from any of the other programs. It's a small increase in the total results, but it's still a known and measurable increase, one that we should be allowed to pursue and that should count. And for those reasons, we ask you to reject OPC's arguments and approve our proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Demery, to you and your team for reaching this point in the halfway mark of the year, well ahead of schedule. So it shows that the utility is taking this very seriously. Mr. Trout, thank you for the response to the OPC position. Mr. Demery or your team, any response to what we just heard from the HVAC lobby with respect to EER and whether that should sunset per the Department of Energy, or whether there's some kink that's associated with the Energy Star program, which the utility would prefer continue in perpetuity?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Ed Miller, Manager Compliance and Development for Potomac Edison. I'll be responding to that question. I will say it's the company's position, and also I believe the joint utilities position, that the EER2 rating should continue to be included in the HVAC program. I do agree with statements regarding confusion regarding the new specifications from the DOE and Energy Star that are effective January 1st of 2023. I do want to note that the reason for the new specifications is that the Department of Energy adopted a new testing procedure in order to assess what they characterize as more the real-world performance of air conditioners and heat pumps in the market versus the prior testing procedure. I will note that the EER component of the federal standard, the fact that they are not having it under the new specification is a continuation from current. However, Energy Star and other industry associations, such as the Consortium of Energy Efficiency, does recognize the importance of EER and EER2. The one, regarding the comment on customer confusion that I noted and acknowledge is that's something that the utilities take very seriously. We have spent numerous discussions in looking at the new specifications, in developing our plans to revise the programs to align with the new specifications. And we believe that relying on the Energy Star specification as the basis of our eligibility for our program is very important for that reason. Energy Star is a brand that customers have come to know and come to recognize for energy savings. Whereas if you start talking SEER, HSPF, and other specifications, certain customers, may not appreciate or understand the technical aspects of it. Energy Star is simple, quite frankly.
Energy Star is simple, but you heard Mr. Maloney mention a minute ago, should that simplicity override the fact that the customer could potentially be getting a more efficient system that does not have the blue sticker on it?
I believe that the use of Energy Star is very important for that reason, for customers to know that it is an efficient unit. Going what I would characterize as off Energy Star, I think creates more confusion. And I note that, anytime Energy Star changes their specifications, there is always a market transition. It does take some time for the market to adjust to the new specification, and that includes the entire market. The other thing I want to note about SEER and EAR is when you look at energy savings, SEER is what's used in the calculations to determine the energy savings of the air conditioner or the heat pump. What is used to determine the demand savings is the EAR. So any reduction from the Energy Star EAR requirement going forward would be a detriment to the demand savings that the units would provide to us and to our programs and to our customers.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. The Department of Energy and the Environmental Protection Agency hasn't made our lives easier because I think you're right. Most customers looking for appliance have been conditioned to look for the blue sticker because that product has been tested and it's energy approved, energy efficiency approved. But the fact that DOE is stepping away from the EAR, as you call it, the EAR, but keeping the SEER, will make selling these appliances at people's kitchen tables that much more difficult.
Yeah, to be clear, the DOE is not stepping away from the EAR. That's a continuation of current. So I wouldn't view that as a change.
Okay, I thought I heard something different from Mr. McGee, that they were phasing it out for most sections of the country, but I'll look back at his comments on that. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Other questions?
If I may, just to follow up, I'm just trying to understand this better, this issue that the chairman brought up. So, from a customer standpoint, though, they're talking about a product, if it has the blue label, the Energy Star label, that will be potentially more expensive and will be potentially also, if I understood correctly, oversized for what is really needed. Is that correct?
I would not characterize it as the unit being oversized. A unit meeting Energy Star specifications, I believe that Energy Star does a lot of research and solicits a lot of comments in the development of their specifications, just like they do for any other Energy Star rated product. I know the specifications were previously out for comments, and comments were provided that that Energy Star considered in finalizing the specifications. So I wouldn't characterize that a product meeting the Energy Star spec is being oversized.
But that's the way I think the industry just characterized it. Is that correct? Did I hear them correctly?
The Energy Star specification.
What I'm talking about, we just
Yes.
heard from the industry, and I'm just trying to reconcile this because DOE does take the lead, if I understand correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, in setting energy efficiency standards. So they are a partner in many ways with EPA. I was surprised to learn that there had been this deviation because, again, if there are regional differences, and there are opportunities maybe to have products that are maybe less expensive and not and appropriate for the size construction, that's something we should be considering. Again, given if maybe it's confusing if we're talking about SEER and ERR and everything, but if we could simply just say this meets DOE, standard for our region, I mean, we could probably just simplify it to that point. Would something like that get over the concern your company has with just simply being able to point to the blue label?
If I understand the question, if we were to simply require the federal standard, there would be no savings.
No savings.
The federal standard would be what would be considered the baseline equipment, whereas Energy Star would be considered the efficient condition. So, in looking at the protocols to calculate the energy savings and the demand savings of the unit, the calculations take into account the delta, how much above the federal standard that Energy Star is, to determine what the energy and demand savings are for the unit.
Okay. Fortunately, we have this work group coming back later today, so maybe we can continue when we have the industry on, because now I'm thoroughly confused. But in any case, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner.
I asked a question earlier, and I'll ask the PE to take a swat at it. We have previously ordered behavioral programming, administration, marketing, there's one other category, to be moved from being amortized to an annual expense. How has that affected your ability to carry out your programming, if at all?
I don't think it's had any real-world impact. Its impact is entirely with respect to the cost calculations.
Are there other opportunities to annually expense instead of amortizing in this program that we haven't ordered yet?
Not that fall into that same category of what's amortized are programs that have lifetime recoveries.
So that's what I'm asking. Are there other lifetime recoveries that are short enough to warrant consideration for annual expensing?
Yeah, I'd like to address it. Kurt Tarosky on behalf of Potomac Edison. I'm Director of the Energy Efficiency Compliance and Reporting Group. Thank you for your question. Where I would go with that answer is, again, it's a cost recovery matter, and I do know later this week on October 28th, we will be filing a proposal to deal with both the amortization issue, the current balance, as well as a proposal and a couple proposals in terms of how to address those cost recoveries going forward. So I would suggest, I don't want to get ahead of our filing, but in our filing, I think we will be addressing your question.
All right, fair enough. And I just discussed with the chairman, that's future programming. It's not current cycle. So, and I know I'm touching on that, but it comes close to being related to this quarter or this semi-annual report. And as much as we got an elephant, we got to figure out how to eat. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
At this point, we'll take a recess until 11:30. All right, the commission will return to order. At this point in the agenda, we'll hear from the Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Mark McDougall, General Counsel on behalf of Smeco. With me today is Jeff Shaw, who is Vice President of Distributed Energy and Sustainability. And to his left is Jennifer Raley, Smeco's Energy and Technology Program Manager. I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Raley right now because she has Smeco's presentation.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Jennifer Raley on behalf of Smeco to present Smeco's Q1, Q2 2022 summaries. We're going to touch on a few portfolio highlights. With the residential program, the appliance program had a strong start to the year, and by the end of Q2 had achieved 83% of its annual savings goal. One of the new programs this cycle was the School and Education program, which achieved 67% of its annual goal, and the program has recruited 11 public schools across our service territory. The Home Energy Improvement Program, although a little behind, is seeing growth in key metrics like the audit-to-job conversion rate, and the total amount of jobs increased by 50% compared to previous period. The Building Operations and Performance Program started off very strong, achieving 242% of its Q1, Q2 target, thanks to a successful building operator education course and small building tune-up participation. Instant Savings for Business continued to diversify its measure mix by adding incentives for commercial kitchen equipment in Q2 of 2022, and the small business HVAC tune-up process was streamlined as the measure to move to deemed savings. This new process led to increased service provider engagement and customer participation. Some program-specific highlights and updates. In late Q2, the Building Operations and Performance Program launched the new VCX measure, which uses AMI data to identify energy-saving opportunities. An energy advisor then works with the customer to deploy energy-saving measures, such as adjusting operational schedules and set points based on the facility's operational hours. Despite supply chain issues and labor shortages that continue to delay projects in the pipeline, the Business Solutions Program has been able to achieve 107% of its Q1, Q2 savings goal.
Ms. Rowley?
Yes.
May I back you up to the
Sure.
first bullet? I know this is commercial, but didn't we authorize Smeco to do a disaggregation pilot under this docket to determine what customers were operating inefficient programs and what time of day, or were they under a separate docket?
I'll step in on that question. We did do disaggregation pilot back in 2019-ish timeframe into 2020 under the behavioral program in the residential portfolio.
I thought so.
Yeah.
So what were the results of that? What did you conclude on that? Because it's similar. It was intended to use AMI data to do the disaggregation and be able to figure out.
We had decent results. It was a bit of a mixed bag because when we went to market with it was when COVID struck. So we had some difficulties in getting some of that information out into the service territory. But what results we did get back from it, we were able to show that there is a certain level of disaggregation we can prove with our AMI 15-minute data.
So, and I think BG&E did the other utility pilot in this regard. So there might be lessons learned that I don't think we've necessarily incorporated into the future programs of EmPOWER. So that's why I wanted to ask Smeco about it.
Okay.
Maybe I'll ask BG&E about it too when they come up. So, thank you.
The Small Business Solutions Program recruited a service provider that was able to offer smart thermostats installs alongside the HVAC tune-up. And due to this measure synergy, the program saw 213% increase in smart thermostat installs. And then a few residential highlights. The Home Energy Improvement Program launched a new process for HVAC tune-ups, which requires Bluetooth-connected tools used to collect pre- and post-tune-up data. This was launched to provide additional data points to quantify the savings being realized from the HVAC tune-up. The Midstream HVAC program is performing well and came very close to obtaining its Q1, Q2 savings goal and is on track to meet savings goal for 2022. The program also continued to expand its reach by adding 2 new distributors. The new construction program achieved 70% of its 2022 energy savings target in Q1, Q2, and the coordinating programs with WGL continue to be a success. Some new program and pilot highlights. Over 36,000 members participated in My Energy Target in 2022. The winter series concluded in March, and the summer season launched in Q2 ahead of the cooling season. For the pilots, the Smart Home Flexible Load pilot was approved in March of 2022, and the pilot began coordinating with its DERMS platform and smart thermostat manufacturers in order to prepare for its launch. And the Energy Perks pilot officially launched in January with 15,000 members. The next item I'm going to touch on is the residential lighting transition plan that we filed. It was filed on October 17th, and the filing was based on discussions within the Midstream working group and findings from interviews that Loper Energy conducted with the Midstream trade allies, data gathered from other states and utility programs, and feedback from stakeholders. There will be more detailed discussions around the Midstream working group findings and recommendations this afternoon, but one of the recommendations that came from those discussions was the need for increased incentives. Within the programs, the utilities have filed up to amounts. In order to increase incentives, we would not only need to find budget to cover these incentive increases, but also file and get commission approval. To be proactive, should the commission be interested in the recommendation of increasing HVAC and heat pump water heater incentives, and in preparation to be able to transition those incentives in early Q1 2023, Smeco put together a proposal for consideration. As lighting is scheduled to sunset because of the DOE and ISA backstop, the Smeco lighting program is forecasted to have 2023 incentive, outside services, utility admin, and marketing budget remaining. Smeco is proposing to shift some of these budgets to appliance rebates to promote heat pump water heaters with increased incentives, and also transition our food bank kits over to non-lighting measures. Residential HVAC to continue recruiting new distributors, increase contractor and member education, and increase HVAC up to amounts. And new homes, which is currently on pace to exceed its annual goal and budget due to a strong pipeline, will need some additional funding, along with increasing the up to amounts for heat pump water heaters within the new homes program. The proposed increased up to amounts for HVAC and heat pump water heaters will allow the program to drive further adoption with participants and provide program flexibility to adjust to market fluctuations and the impacts of the Inflation Reduction Act. Smeco is aware of the SEER 2 changes, and we will be looking to make those changes within our programs in January, as OPC had put in their comments. So that's something we are aware of, and we're looking to, we will be making those changes as they come about as far as the specifications. As far as EER, we're hearing that Energy Star is looking at that and may be changing their specifications, and if they do go that route, Smeco would be comfortable with dropping the EER requirements. So that's something we're continuing to monitor with Energy Star and seeing where they go with that. And other than that, I will open it up for questions.
Ms. Riley, on that very final point, you just provided a new piece of information that I had not heard. You stated that Energy Star / EPA is looking at whether or not it should dispatch with the EER?
There's discussions we're hearing going on. Whether they do, I'm not sure, but if they go that route, Smeco would look at dropping the EER requirement also.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner.
Couple questions. So I take it that since you're recommending a increase in the up to amount for central air conditioners, Tier 1 and Tier 2, that you disagree with OPC's recommendation to do away with central air conditioning incentives.
That is correct.
Okay.
We feel that we should let our members choose and be pushing them to more energy efficient options if they do choose to go that route.
I want to add a little bit to that. Sorry to interrupt, but we do have a lot of members that do have alternative heat sources, such as wood stoves, so they would have necessary needs for just central air conditioning. So we would like to provide the highest efficient central air conditioner that we could.
And I know the trees around my house start blowing in the wind when my heat pump goes on aux heat, and I have an AMI meter. I don't know how that happened. Okay. Let me ask you about annual expensing of the behavioral, admin, marketing, whatever other categories we mandated be expensed annually. Has that impacted you at all, not at all, or in any way?
There's been zero programmatic impacts as a result of that transition over to that model. And I also agree with Potomac Edison when they stated earlier that we do have a filing due at week's end. You'll see some interesting differences between the utilities come before you as a result of that filing. So not to prejudice those filings, but you'll see some different possibilities.
I want to dust off that pilot program we let you do on disaggregation as well. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Congratulations. These are really great metrics. Thank you for that. Just interested in how you did the improvements with schools, getting 11 schools. That's great. So just if you have any insights on how that happened.
Well, the schools and education program it's a new program for us. So we were very fortunate. I was a little nervous because the schools didn't start participating until the spring, towards the end of the year. So in the fall and stuff, trying to get that participation, we had schools that committed to it, but they didn't end up teaching it until the later half of the year. And it just ended up, everybody came through with teaching at it towards the end of the year, and it's been successful so far.
Did you do that by working through like central administration for the school district or individual schools?
Reaching out to individual schools, to teachers. We have some relationships with some of the teachers and stuff through some of the competitions and stuff that Smeco does outside of the programs. So having those connections with the teachers and being able to reach out to them and get them involved and let them know that we had this new program and getting their feedback on it. We're gathering feedback and trying to improve.
And a little history behind schools in Smeco. We had a schools program, I'm going to say back in 2010, 2011, early years of EmPOWER. So we did have those established relationships from a previous school program many, many years ago.
Yeah, I've just learned over the years if the kids come home and talk to their parents about these things, it really makes a big difference in family decisions. So that's great. And I was just also curious on the incentives for commercial kitchen equipment. That's interesting, and just explain a little bit more about that.
It's fairly new, so it just launched in Q2 of 2022. So it's still something that hasn't taken off, but something we are definitely looking at and going to be pushing more, especially as lighting starting to go away. We need to look for something else that we can provide through the Midstream programs.
So what are you encouraging the chefs to install?
Well, we're also doing HVAC is something that's coming through the commercial Midstream. So HVAC and then the kitchen equipment, starting to really ramp those up and push that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you to our friends at the cooperative for that presentation. And again, congratulations on making it this far for the first 6 months of this year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this point in the agenda, we will hear from the Department of Housing and Community Development.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Nicola Tran, Senior Energy Program Manager at the Department of Housing and Community Development. And I have with me today Zach Rockwell, our new Energy Program Manager for the single family programs. You'll be hearing a lot more from him in the upcoming hearings. And Preston Thomas, Energy Program Manager for MIHA. We're here today to present, that's fine, we can already go ahead. I'm presenting on the Q1 and Q2 program activity, but we also have some more recent developments mixed in here for you today. Okay. Recently, we've seen a lot of interest in our client engagement and outreach efforts, so we thought a quick spotlight on our outreach programs might be helpful for everybody. While the majority of our leads still come from the OHEP referrals, recently we've seen a significant increase in lead referrals from other partners, such as our local network of weatherization agencies. So this chart shows other significant lead sources other than OHEP. About half of those clients are referred to us from the weatherization agencies. That's the gray part. And the yellow part, about a quarter from contractors. And then other referral sources are other nonprofit organizations that we work with, word of mouth, community events, and other government agencies that refer their clients to us. We are currently working on a number of projects to increase applicant engagement. If you could just go back one, sorry. And such as providing online applications with status tracking, increased communication with applicants, and then also we're looking to fast track some more applications for the categorically eligible clients and adding more categories that would be categorically eligible. At the same time, we're also working to deepen our referral partnerships with other agencies and nonprofits. We recently held a lot of training presentations, for example, for the Department of Human Services and Department of Health at their program staff meetings, so they understand our programs better and know how to refer eligible clients our way. We're looking to further streamline and automate those referral processes and trying to onboard more referral partners. Our outreach team is also working on establishing local community hubs. These pictures are from the Packing House in Cambridge, Maryland, which DHCD recently rehabbed and reopened and now has a satellite office there. In connection with that, we're using those hubs as outreach point for working with local community agencies, local trade schools, and local community colleges. And we'll organize energy days and monthly intake events at those satellite offices and are hoping to replicate that in other parts of the state over time.
So is this the only one you have so
That's
far?
the only one so far. We have a pretty strong representation in central Maryland, so we're looking out west and then Smeco for additional ones in the future.
Thank you.
And for workforce development, it's an interest of the program to promote energy efficiency as a career to as many people as possible. That's where the trade schools and the community colleges that we coordinate with come in. And we're also currently procuring a training provider to provide certification training for energy efficiency careers across the state. Now to program highlights. So Cadmus recently completed the annual evaluation of our programs and verified that our programs still have very high savings. The whole home efficiency program, that's our comprehensive single-family program, on average saves 16% of the energy, the electric energy usage, and 18% of the gas energy usage for a typical household. In the reporting period, we also had a record of 1.8 million of outside funds that we were able to leverage with the EmPOWER projects for this program, and that enabled customers to get larger scopes at a lower cost to the EmPOWER program. And finally, the preliminary results from the Q3 analysis appear that the production is recovering from the post-pandemic effects and is catching up with the forecast curve for this program. For the base efficiency program, the savings are relatively high for the comparatively reduced work scope that these participants get. They're 13% for electric and 9% for gas bill reduction. The base efficiency program is for those clients that are deferred from the whole home efficiency program that cannot receive comprehensive weatherization. And we just listed a few of the typical deferral reasons that we are seeing why customers end up in the base efficiency program.
Can I ask a question? So,
Sure.
like if a customer is uncooperative and they don't want you in their house, 5% of homeowners, they were referred by the weatherization folks to have a base efficiency?
Yes.
Okay. And then when the folks arrived to provide some of this assistance, they were turned away.
Correct. Every customer defaults to the whole home efficiency program. That's always the first step. And at the time of the audit, if the auditor finds for whatever one of those reasons they can't participate in the whole home, they automatically treat them with the base efficiency program.
Thank you.
May I ask a question? Just
Sure.
So where do the savings come from? Because it seems like these are mostly home improvements that are being done in order to get to install things that would bring savings.
Yeah, so the main difference between the whole home and the base efficiency program is the base efficiency program does not treat the building shell. There's no insulation and no air sealing happening. Because of the indoor air quality issues that we run into, we typically cannot seal the house any tighter than it is. So for the base efficiency, it is mainly base load like appliances, lighting, some HVAC we can do. And then for the whole home, it's anything that's energy related. Thank you. All right, next slide. The MEET program provides a verified 3% electric and gas savings, and that is on top of the previous whole home or base efficiency program, since this is the follow-up program for prior program participants. So they receive an annual visit and some checkups and maintenance on their equipment that was previously installed, and that provides an additional 3% annually. And the MEET program was successful in expanding to all utility territories after it had started out as a BG&E pilot.
How do you do EM and V type of evaluations on the MEET program? How do you know you're getting 3%?
So at the moment, the MEET evaluation is an engineering analysis because we do not have sufficient program participants that we have post-billing data for. For the other programs, we do the post-billing, compare post to prior billing. We don't have that for MEET yet, so at the moment it's still an engineering analysis.
Okay, so it's analytical and it's not based on any
Not
empirical
built
analysis.
yet. But I believe by next year we should have sufficient post-billing data to get there. That's
All right.
the goal.
Thank you.
And then the Energy Kit program was started up in the second quarter of this year. In the first 2 months of the program, we sent nearly 4,000 kits to all new applicants for the single-family program. And one of the goals of this program was to increase the conversion rate of applicants by additional communication and by providing them with some upfront energy-saving measures. So far, preliminary analysis looks like that we are on the way of increasing conversion with this additional step. We have about twice the conversion rate for those customers that received kits this year than for the customers that we had last year that did not receive energy kits. And next slide, please. The MIHA program shows very high average savings of 23% on the electric and on the gas side for each unit, and has continued steady production through Q1 and Q2, and is, as we stated before, on track to meet or exceed the program cycle forecasts based on the large number of units that are currently under construction and that are already committed for funds. Next slide. In our report, we had 2 requests to the Commission. One was to move funds from our outside services budget category to the benefits budget category. This would enable us to serve more clients, about 206 more by moving those funds.
How much?
206 more clients,
How much money?
624,000.
Thank you.
And we also had a request to get approved to use a prescriptive priority list, and this request was already approved early September through an expedited process, and we wanted to really thank the Commission to get us that quick decision on this request. It aligned beautifully with the DOE approval that we got at the same time, so now we're in the process of being able to already implement this new feature for the program. Next slide. And then lastly, I wanted to provide an update on program planning. We convened the limited income work group in September for our traditional kickoff work session. We had over 70 participants from a large number of organizations with different interests in the program. And they all brought together a lot of ideas for enhancing the existing programs, the client engagement program, and for new programs for the next cycle. So over the next months, we will reconvene the group and talk a little bit more program specific, evaluate some of these ideas, and develop them into concrete ideas for the next cycle. And then once we have our goal from the commission, we can finalize the plan. That's all we had today. If you have any questions, we're open.
Thank you, Ms. Tran, and gentlemen, welcome to the table and to this program. DHCD continues to do good work, although I recognize there's probably, well, there is always more to do, and the wait list is years long, but you're doing what you can with the resources that you have. So the numbers continue to look good going into the second half of this year, and we appreciate your reaching out to resolve this other issue. And I'd just like to recognize, before I forget, like I usually do, for the efforts of Amanda Best here in the Secretary's box this morning, who interfaced with all of you with respect to your programs, and she advises the Commission ever so diligently. So thank you, Ms. Best. And, colleagues for DHCD, Commissioner Bubar.
Thank you. That was really impressive. I actually have a question for staff. I don't know if you gave us any perspective on this, but do you have one on their request to move funds?
Yeah, staff is approves that request, so we recommend approval for their shift of funds.
Thank you.
I just have a comment, Mr. Chairman. So I came to the commission about 6 years ago, and I was a little taken aback by this part of the portfolio and the performance of Maryland state government. But I got to tell you, you're light years ahead of where you were back then, and I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Thank you to our colleagues from the department.
Thank you. Thank you.
We will now hear from the Washington Gas Light Company.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. About to be afternoon. Spencer Nichols on behalf of Washington Gas, and with me is Josh McClellan and Erica Moore from our energy efficiency team. And I'll waste no time in turning it over to them.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Josh McClellan, Senior Manager of Energy Efficiency at Washington Gas. I'd like to begin by providing a high-level overview of the performance of WGL's program portfolio during the first 6 months of this year. The first half of the year has yielded impressive results across a variety of key performance indicators for the entirety of our current program offerings. In terms of energy savings, the program's reduced over 1.2 million therms in natural gas consumption, accounting for the highest performing 6-month period in program history. The line graph in the lower left compares the first half of 2022 to every similar period since we started 8 years ago, and indicates that this year marks a continued and promising upward trend in performance. As EmPOWER Maryland begins to more closely align with the state's climate policies, it's important to highlight the greenhouse gas abatement that is attributed to this performance. The first 6 months of the year resulted in reducing over 9,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, which is just a few hundred short of what we realized for the entire year last year in 2021.
So are you saying gas incentives support the state's greenhouse gas reduction goals?
Yes, Commissioner Dodd.
I'm shocked. You wouldn't know that if you listened to certain presentations.
Yes, sir. So this reduction realized so far continues to demonstrate that comprehensive portfolio of natural gas energy efficiency programs is a viable and cost-effective contributor to the state's efforts to reduce emissions. In addition to record energy savings and greenhouse gas abatement, over $3 million in incentives were issued between January and June of this year. When coupled with the breakdown of total costs shown in the lower right corner in the ring there, incentives continued to account for the majority of expenditures and gives a positive indication that benefits of these programs outweigh the costs to operate them. While the performance seen in the first half of the year gives reasons to be highly optimistic, it wasn't without its challenges and minor setbacks. The energy efficiency team at Washington Gas continued to have its productivity limits tested, with several key positions remaining vacant for most of the year. This concerning employment trend has also been experienced by our program implementers, with the most notable impacts seen with the smaller scale companies that we partner with to operate our pilot programs. But despite these challenges, the company's energy efficiency programs are on track to meet annual energy savings targets and is making 2022 the highest performing year on record. So that includes the high level overview, and we'd like to move over to the more program level details and pilot program updates for you. And I'll hand it over to Erica Moore.
Thank you, Josh. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. This is my first time presenting to you in person. You've seen me virtually.
We got some really good questions.
Oh, great. I can't wait for them. Yes. Is this better? Okay. So as Josh mentioned, my name is Erica Moore. I'm the manager of program operations at Washington Gas, and I'll be walking you through a status update on our programs and pilots for the rest of our presentation time today. So starting with the residential sector up on the left of the slide here, we're at a total of 36% of our annual goal through the first half of the year, and the slide shows our program level performance breakdown. We've paid out a combined $2.2 million in incentives to our customers, and notably we had our first combination or combi boiler come through the existing home program, which is a new measure that we added in this cycle. Finally, we had a significant portion of our energy savings in the existing home program, approximately 40%, come from our energy conservation kit offering. Moving on to our commercial or C&I sector, I'm happy to report that we are at 76% of our annual target as of the first half of the year. And interestingly, 56% of those year-to-date savings came from steam trap measures in the C&I prescriptive program. Not only have we closed a high volume of projects in the first half of the year, but I'm also very happy to report that we have a very strong pipeline of projects through the end of this year and bleeding into 2023. As a result, we expect that the C&I portfolio will exceed its annual therm savings target. Finally, on the right-hand side, our income qualified sector programs implemented by DHCD are at 51% of their annual savings goal. In the first half of the year, we saw a 115% increase in LIHEAP projects closed compared to the first half of last year. We also saw a couple large multifamily projects come through the MIHA program in Q2, which contributed significantly to our savings and led to a 282% increase in installed measures compared to the same period last year. Moving on to our pilot programs.
Can I back you up a second?
Yes, sir.
Could you explain, I'm a little slow in the uptake sometimes, what a combi unit is again? I don't know what that is.
So the combi units we added to our residential portfolio for our existing home program. So it's a retrofit piece of equipment that is a combination boiler. So it's a boiler system that is tankless that also offers heating and water heating. So typically
Okay, so the combination is for domestic hot water and heat. Right. Got it. Thank you.
Okay, so on our pilot programs, we are progressing nicely despite a few speed bumps along the way. In the top left donut graph, you can see that a significant portion of our PID expenses to date are in the outside services category for implementation work, which probably shouldn't be a surprise. At the bottom of the slide, we've shown each pilot in its current very high level status. I'll point out the two that are in yellow and provide some commentary on those. The Online Business Energy Advisor pilot has experienced a delay due to the need to align our vendors' web development resources and timeline with that of our internal development resources that have competing priorities. We've also been working with our vendor on the gas heat pump pilot to catch up to our original timeline after they've had a couple key contributors on their team transition to new career opportunities. Despite those setbacks, we anticipate completing both pilots before the end of the cycle. A couple highlights on the positive side that I wanted to share with our pilots are that enrollments in our Bring Your Own Thermostat style demand response pilot have been much higher than we anticipated. Promotion of the pilot through our thermostat manufacturers that work with our vendor have led to almost all of the enrollment applications, and we anticipate hitting our 5,000 customer enrollment target by the end of this month. which is well ahead of the heating season and much sooner than we were anticipating. We took advantage of that customer interest this past heating season by running a test event in February with the customers we had enrolled at the time, and that brief 2-hour test event saved approximately 200 therms. Despite some challenges with the gas heat pump pilot, we have had professional walkthroughs of 12 potential sites for residential installations and are in the process of finalizing which sites will have the heat pumps installed. We have orders in for gas heat pumps to arrive and be installed in the next few months, getting ready for the winter heating season. And finally, with our virtual commissioning pilot, we've been steadily moving along. We've already had 6 participating customers in the first half of the year. And as a preview to our second semi-annual, I know that we have more to report then. We're looking forward to continuing to develop and implement each of these pilots. We've been working closely with our evaluators to develop rigorous evaluation plans to be able to assess whether these models could work for us in the next cycle as full-fledged programs. With that, our formal presentation is complete. Thank you for your time, and Josh and I are available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Thank you, Mr. McClelland. I just think back a few years ago and how far Washington Gas has come with respect to implementing programs. It would be fair to say that your utility was the laggard, and you had the most headroom to increase performance. But under your leadership, I think you've done a good job. Again, at this midway point, similar to all of your colleagues here, everybody is either on track or ahead of schedule. So, thank you. It has been light years. I think Commissioner O'Donnell would agree, back to the days in 2018 and 2019.
Yeah, we had some challenges in this program with WGL, so thank you. Two quick ones, if I can go. Can you send us the slide decks? We have it with our compilation of slide decks for today's presentation, if we haven't already gotten it. And then 2, my question on annual expenditure, expensing of behavioral programs and admin costs and marketing, and et cetera. How has that affected your ability to administer the program, if at all?
Yep, I'll take that one, Commissioner O'Donnell. I'll echo the comments of our electric utility colleagues, and we've seen no impact in terms of the operational aspect of behavioral programs. I believe just the way that the commission has directed with the expense portions of those expenditures is reasonable, just lined up with how the nature of the behavioral programs. So, okay. No impacts from our end.
You participating in a future planning work group?
Yes. Yep. We are party to that. Yep.
Think about other opportunities as part of that process too, to expense instead of amortize, because it's challenging.
Absolutely. And I'll also echo the comments about the cost recovery work group and some of the findings that are coming from that surcharge buy down and the unamortized balance. That is a big concern as well. And we share that.
It's $800 million, and it's probably over $1 billion by now, so it's a lot of money.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I don't have the history that my colleagues have in terms of where you've come from, but it's very impressive. I'm just curious on the residential, the 12 homes that have been identified for going to a gas heat pump. What in general is their source of heating now? What are they switching from? Generally just gas over to a heat pump?
Yes, we're looking for homes that have gas, space, and water heating, so typically a gas furnace and a gas storage water heater. We're not interested in any kind of fuel switching, and we just want to make sure that we're installing gas heat pumps in a way that's going to be most efficient for the customer.
Are you finding any resistance or kind of education to get people to adapt to or understand what it means to go to a heat pump?
Sure. We've been lucky so far in that the folks who volunteered to have their homes reviewed were very interested in gas heat pumps to begin with. So they opted in, and they already had the interest and momentum behind trying to convert. So if anything, we would consider them early adopters, and they're kind of championing the cause. So I don't know that they necessarily represent the average customer, but they're exactly what we're looking for in a pilot.
Commissioner, I will just add very briefly. I think the structure that we have for this pilot program, it is attractive to folks who do want to participate in it. The way that we have it set up is that essentially you can participate and there'll be zero cost to you throughout the entirety of the program or the pilot. So that means that it'll be installation of the new technology, the gas heat pump itself, and that would be monitored throughout the period of performance over the pilot. And then once the pilot's concluded, the customer or the participant has the option to either revert back to their old system, and we'll replace that free of charge with a new high efficient system with a furnace and water heater, or they can choose to keep the gas heat pump technology if they're happy with it.
Very attractive. Thank you.
Thank you to Washington Gas Light. Our final presentation before we take a lunch break is from the PHI utilities.
A virtual army. A virtual army.
Alrighty, good afternoon. Taylor Beckham here on behalf of Pepco and Delmarva Power and Light Company. Good to see you all today. I have with me Christine Miesemer, our Senior Manager of our Energy Efficiency Portfolios, who's going to kick it off for us today.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Christine Miesemer. I am the Senior Manager for the Energy Efficiency Portfolio at PHI. We are pleased to join you today to highlight the performance of our programs under EmPOWER Maryland. Joining me today, I have Mr. Nick Rosenthal, Manager of Residential Programs, Mr. Edward Muzz, Manager of C&I Programs, and Mr. Vince Wynn, Manager of Demand Response and Behavioral Programs. Pepco and Delmarva Power programs are on track to meet the annual goal of 2% energy savings, with Pepco at 1.47% and Delmarva Power at 1.3% energy savings as a percent of baseline sales. We have seen an increase in program performance since the pandemic in 2020. Our BYOD program, which now has 11,765 active devices. By comparison, this time last year, we reported only 3,566 active devices across both territories. Next slide.
Next slide, please.
For this mid-year report, Pepco and Delmarva Power included a greenhouse gas abatement equivalence table in the executive summary where we calculated life cycle greenhouse gas reductions based upon the life cycle reported savings of different customer classes. Pepco's residential, commercial, and other programs achieved savings equal to approximately 473,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalent avoided, while Delmarva Power's residential, commercial, and other programs achieved savings equal to over 132,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalent avoided. Both utilities' demand response programs combined achieved 274 metric tons of CO2 equivalent avoided. And now I will turn it over to Nick Rosenthal, who will discuss our residential programs.
Thank you, Christine. And good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Nick Rosenthal, here on behalf of Pepco and Delmarva Power. I manage the residential portion of the portfolio in each jurisdiction. And I'm very happy to report that the residential sector programs for both utilities exceeded savings targets in the first half of the year, with Pepco achieving 60% and Delmarva Power achieving 61% of the respective annual savings targets. So here on this slide, we've highlighted a few of the programs contributing to this success during the reporting period. And just to pick a few of these out, notably for Pepco, the Quick Home Energy Checkup program achieved 124% of its annual savings target in the first half of the year. This is continuing a strong recovery from previous COVID-related participation impacts. And while the large majority of checkups are back to in-person service, our virtual option, the VHEC that you see up there, is still readily available for customers who opt for that alternative service channel. In Delmarva Power territory, the residential lighting program achieved 81% of its annual savings target in the first half of this year. It did this in part by leveraging thrift store partners such as Goodwill, Habitat Restores, and Salvation Army locations, which typically serve higher proportions of limited income customers. And this leveraging of these thrift store partners is very much in line with the cutoff dates for the transition to the new lighting standards. So moving away from the big box stores and towards areas where there might be less penetration that have later deadlines as from the evaluation group.
Can I ask you a question? Maybe my math is wrong, but rough math, back of the napkin, it looks like about 60% of your megawatt hour savings comes from lighting in Delmarva. Is that right?
I'll have to check those numbers, but
So
yeah,
20,000 overall, and 12 of that comes from lighting, so it looks like about 60%.
right. And this has historically been a large portion of the residential portfolio, but the lighting program specifically and the other channels where lighting exists. And we are also in internal discussions around where that program goes into program year 2023. So like Smeco has already made their proposal for where they would shift funding. We're looking at that from a portfolio perspective as well. Looking into this upcoming transition and figuring out where that savings would come from in the future through our other existing channels.
What's the similar percentage of savings at Pepco from lighting?
I don't have that number in front of me. I can return with that value.
Does
but
anybody know rough
similar-
ballpark? Anybody have any idea how much Pepco's attributing to lighting as compared to Delmarva?
It's likely similar.
Similar, 60%. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I missed it on the other presentations. That just jumps out at me as extremely high.
It is still very large, and historically has been very cost-effective savings. So we're sorry to see it go, but definitely looking to the.
Gives you a bigger hole to fill.
Yeah, that is true. So we are definitely looking, and there are other standout programs now that are well exceeding their savings targets. So those are very much standout opportunities for us to shift some, particularly incentive dollars, towards those programs. And it will likely be those other winning measures that we're seeing coming up that would serve future electrification.
Does Delmarva have an appliance rebate program?
Yes, we do.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yep. To finish, overall, the residential portfolios in both territories are well poised to achieve this year's annual savings targets. And like I said, as a result, we'll be monitoring program budgets as we progress to ensure that high-demand programs remain available and incentive dollars are allocated effectively for the duration of the cycle whenever possible. And with that, I'd like to pass over to Edward Muzz, who will be presenting the commercial programs.
Yeah, thank you, Nick, and good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Edward Muzz on behalf of Pepco and Delmarva Power. I manage the commercial portfolio for the team. The commercial programs continue to have solid performance in the first half of 2022, despite lingering COVID impacts and supply chain challenges. Both utilities had similar performance in the first half of the year, with Pepco achieving 47% and Delmarva Power achieving 45% of the annual target, respectively. In Pepco, the small business, custom, and CHP programs led the way with claimed energy savings, but overall a broad spectrum of programs contributed to the goal. In Delmarva territory, the custom, midstream, and prescriptive programs led the way, and the team is focusing on building pipeline for 2023. The program team submitted a request for a portfolio rebalancing of the budget and megawatt hours in Delmarva Power to adjust for programs that are overperforming and underperforming. This will allow the team to best allocate resources of achieving future goals while meeting customer demand. The commercial programs continue to partner with local businesses, contractors, and distributors, stimulating job growth and saving customers money. Looking ahead, forecasts are still on track to meet 2022 goals, and the team has launched several limited time offers to stimulate customer demand in the second half of the year. With that, I'd like to pass to Vince Wynn, who will be overviewing the EWR programs.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Vincent Wynn. I'm the Manager of Demand Response and Behavior Programs for PHI. Overall, our demand response and behavior programs continue to perform strongly. For the demand response programs, Pepco and Delmarva Power are at 104 and 85% of the annual targets, respectively. The Bring Your Own Device, or BYOD program, has continued to see growth across both utilities as we expand the list of qualified equipment excuse me, and actively engage customers. We continue to see program numbers tracking to yearly targets for the residential program, and the small commercial program has continued to hold a steady number of active devices as we engage customers to offset the lingering impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. For the behavior-based programs, Pepco and Delmarva Power are at 52% and 44% of the annual targets, respectively, and continue to have steady participation numbers across both jurisdictions. We look forward to continuing our efforts to optimize these programs and provide useful dynamic feedback to our customers on their energy usage. With that, we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, colleagues. Commissioner O'Donnell.
How many megawatt hours for each company are attributed to the behavioral programs? You give me the cost, but you don't give me the savings.
I don't have those numbers offhand right now, but I can make
Does
sure.
anybody know?
Have that offhand?
Yeah, I'd like to know that information going forward. I'd like to know how many megawatts, because I want to compare it to your lighting programs, to be honest with you. And everybody who's listened to these proceedings for any amount of years knows I have a great deal of skepticism in the behavioral programming area.
Understood. I can make sure.
Thank you.
Seeing no additional comments, the PHI folks get off relatively easy. Thank you again for the progress you've made as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we will take a lunch recess till 1:15 p.m. For those who have brought their lunch, feel free to use the conference room behind the reception, but we will meet here at 1:15. Thank you. The commission will come to order in case number 9648. At this point in the agenda, we will hear from the Baltimore Gas Electric Company. Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, before we move on, can I get the previous matter into the record?
Yes, you may.
Thanks to PEPCO for responding to my question right before lunch break, and I asked what the megawatt hour values were for the behavioral programs for both Delmarva and PEPCO, and Delmarva is about 25% of the savings, or 5,000 megawatt hours, and PEPCO is about 30% of their overall program savings to date. So that gives you a sense of where we're at with those two programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted, and that is now on the record. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Brent Balea on behalf of Baltimore Gas and Electric. With me today is Mr. Eric Repko, as well as several other EmPOWER Maryland subject matter experts, and so we're happy to present to you today.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Repko. I'm the manager for the Residential Energy Efficiency Program with Baltimore Gas and Electric. Here to present on behalf of BGE today. Just several highlights of our program through the first half of the year. We are on track to meet or exceed our 2% savings goal for 2022. Through the first 6 months of the year, BGE customers have received $36 million in incentives or bill credits. With these more efficient measures, BGE customers will see an estimated savings of almost $180 million in lifetime bill savings. The avoided generation in the January to June timeframe was nearly 432,000 megawatt hours. This equates to about lifetime savings of over 1.9 million megawatt hours. And following the new metric on the greenhouse gases, this is about 540,000 metric tons of CO2 that we are avoiding. Numerous programs are performing extremely strong. 2 programs I would like to highlight is the small business program on the C&I side, which is just shy through the midway point of achieving its annual goal for the year. On the residential side, the Home Performance with Energy Star program continues to have strong performance and is again expected to exceed its annual goal. At the midway point, it was about 80% of the goal. Looking ahead, we do have one request that was mentioned earlier for the C&I program. This was filed for the instant discount midstream program to include high efficiency food service equipment, pumps, fans, refrigeration equipment, and laboratory measures. The added measures would help to compensate with the shifts in lighting that are effective January 1st, 2023 for the commercial industrial programs. These incentive levels will be measured, aimed at covering the incremental cost similar fashion to the existing measures in the program. And in addition, BG is not requesting a budget adjustment for this additional measures. On the residential side, BG has been working with implementation vendors and partners as it adjusts for the lighting changes. Overall, to date, the lighting program is performing well. We look forward to continuing to help those customers most in need in 2023, and we work to taper the program as we come to the conclusion of it. We anticipate some modest shifts of lighting budgets as we move through the program cycle, looking to, again, meet our overall cycle goals. Again, we're looking at opportunities where we need to shore up either overperforming programs or as we look ahead to the next cycle in 2024 to 2026, where there might be opportunities to help those programs. With the Midstream work group, BG just wanted to comment that we have been working tirelessly with, in this work group. We continue to understand the challenges and concerns, and we continue to work. However, we like to point out that there's no one-size-fits-all with all the solutions, and we continue to work with distributors on a one-on-one basis, trying to meet them where they're at and help them, encourage them to participate in the program and understand where their challenges might be. And we move through, and we continue to reach out to stakeholders where we can to try to, increase participation in the program. In addition, BGE is working with the other Maryland utilities on the Tier 2 requirements that have been mentioned earlier, and we continue to move toward adopting those across the board. In addition, I did want to point out heat pump water heaters has been a topic of discussion. First of all, I'd like to reiterate that it is a measure within the appliance portfolio. Our BG's appliance portfolio, appliance program is expected to be exceed its goal for the year and is expected to be over budget for the year. So we will be looking to make adjustments there. But I did want to point out that heat pump water heater program is part of that portfolio. It's not its own standalone program. In addition, BGE continues to work with stakeholders to encourage customers, contractors, and other participants to engage and understand heat pump water heaters and where they could, come into the market. The picture up here is actually a BGE heat pump water heater event for our residential new construction program. The room was full of participants, not only contractors, and we also had people from the Department of Energy, EPA, as well as other stakeholders. We had participants from DHCD. We had several municipalities that sent people to learn more about heat pump water heaters. So BG is very much taking this education piece to the heat pump water heaters, to heart, and we, look forward to having more engagement with customers as we realize the value to these heat pump water heaters in the future.
Mr. Repko, can I ask you about that?
Sure.
You're right, a lot of talk about heat pump water heaters, but I don't see a lot of adoption. So is your appliance rebate program going to be over budget because of heat pump water heaters being adopted and purchased?
It's over budget for, we've got a lot of measures in that.
But is it because of the heat pump water heaters specifically?
We don't have a specific goal for any specific product within the portfolio.
So is my notion wrong that heat pump water heaters are not being adopted generally?
They're being adopted.
They're not very popular by my measure. You say BG&E sees great opportunity. Why? Because I don't see it. I don't. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but I don't hear my neighbors clamoring for heat pump water heaters. And I got a pretty good ear to the ground after 20 years of elected office.
There's I think where we're at right now with our customers and everything is more of an education piece. We're trying to educate, customers and contractors. And at this particular event, we had home builders there looking at, what are the options with the technology. We also had manufacturers come in and talk about their specific technology. And I will say that, it's a learning experience for everybody, learning about the technologies, how they've matured or how they've changed as well. So I think there's definitely the key point is having that dialogue and discussion about the equipment as it becomes more readily available.
Do you know what your megawatt hour of savings are from heat pump water heaters?
It's part of the appliance program, so I could give you the appliance program savings, but we don't.
I'm looking for heat pump water heaters specifically. I mean, you got to add all the appliance rebates together to get the final number, right?
Again, it's a part of the overall appliance program, so it's not a.
But if you don't know how many of each appliance you sold, or you gave incentivized, how do you know how much your savings are? That's a question.
Is that a request?
No, it's a question.
A question? I don't have the specific number on the savings from just heat pumps, water heaters.
Okay. Can you get it for me, please?
We can get back to you on that.
Okay.
Mr. Ripko, but BG has the information on how many heat pump water heaters received an EmPOWER incentive. Is that correct? The accounting is there.
We track the number of heat pump water heaters. Yes, I don't have the specific number in front of me.
Okay, I was just wanted to confirm that because that will inform, I believe, your decision to Commissioner O'Donnell.
Okay. And for clarification, would you want just the standalone heat pump water heaters, or are you looking for heat pump water heaters adopted in other programs as well?
It don't matter. You can break them out into two separate categories. I want to know if this great promise of heat pump water heaters is real or overstated. That's really what I want to be able to ascertain. I personally believe it's overstated. Maybe I'm wrong, and I hope you prove me wrong.
Additional questions for Baltimore Gas? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ripko. As we move to our final component of our hearing today, we received two work group reports, one from the EmPOWER Reporting and Process Improvement Work Group, and the second one from the Midstream Work Group. We'll begin with a discussion with respect to the ERPI work group. If anybody else would like to join Mr. Hurley at the table, you are free to do so. Mr. Hurley. We'll start with that, and then we'll move to Midstream.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Dan Hurley on behalf of staff. The first work group report we're going to discuss today is the ERPI work group report. The Commission gave us a directive to discuss 3 items for filing last week. Information on statewide sales data and the utilities research on that topic. The transparency in the EmPOWER Maryland program development process. And then finally, we met and discussed consistency for greenhouse gas reporting, which actually we reached consensus on. The third item, I think we're pretty close to consensus on items 1 and 2 as well. I would have my colleagues have any comments they wish to provide. That's my overview for this report.
Thank you. And that report was filed with the Commission on October 17th. Office of People's Counsel, Ms. Zeichner.
Good afternoon again. Nicole Zeichner on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel. We do have some additional slides prepared, and we'll just work on pulling those up. But I can begin by saying that the ERPI work group to discuss 2 main issues, GHG reporting by the utilities and DHCD, and stakeholder engagement in 3-year plans. And our first, apologize, if we could just...
Sorry. It's a good thing we're ahead of schedule.
There we go. Oh. There we go.
So on GHG reporting, the utilities seem to be hesitant to report on savings from gas programs. And there was some disagreement over if that was the intent of the Commission or not. So we would ask that the Commission order the utilities specifically to comply with the agreement reached in the work group, and that was that the Commission's independent evaluator will be responsible for GHG reporting for the next semi-annual period, and after that, we would respectfully request that the Commission order the utilities to begin reporting on GHG from both electricity and natural gas savings at the program level by the Quarter 1, Quarter 2, 2023 semi-annual reports. And we feel that just due to the disagreement over the specific language in the order, this type of order would be necessary for that to occur. And luckily there was a consensus reached.
I wanted to confirm that because there was disagreement with respect to GHG reporting, but there's the consensus that the Commission approved the process for GHG reporting. Is that correct?
What happened is OPC had asked the utilities and DHCD to try to report this cycle. DHCD did, Washington Gas did, but other utilities suggested that they weren't sure that they were required to do that. That was there was a little bit of discussion about that, and there was a disagreement over whether that was the Commission's intention. So this essentially has been resolved in the work group, but we would just like the Commission to confirm that agreement with an order so that we don't maybe reach that same conversation in 6 months.
So all utilities are in agreement that beginning with the 2023 reporting cycle that this information will be provided?
And that is what we reached in the work group. Yes, that's the agreement. That's my understanding. And that's what we're just asking, that you make that an order of the commission.
Very simple. Okay, thank you.
Chairman. As to stakeholder engagement, OPC has a slightly different view than the utilities in regards to stakeholder engagement. There was discussion of the technical conference. While important, the technical conference essentially tries to solicit fully prepared plans from stakeholders. The problem is that really makes it difficult for others to become involved. For example, those affected by those programs, there might be some nonprofits that have some great ideas about these programs. So our proposal for stakeholder engagement has 4 different components, or 4 different goals. First would be to reach stakeholders who are impacted by the programs and maybe have not yet participated in the process. Secondly, to better understand, use the stakeholder engagement process to better understand the barriers to stakeholder participation and opportunities to overcome those barriers. Third, increase transparency in the planning process so that the individuals know what the utilities are planning and don't just have to respond once a plan is out or come up with a plan before a plan has even been released. It's an actual process that's collaborative. And then 4, we'd like to see this process increase support and buy-in for the next set of 3-year plans. If everyone's involved in this process, this is obviously going to be a process that more people agree with. That's the goal. As to stakeholder engagement, I think I just touched on this, but it's not currently a particularly user-friendly system because people have to present individuals or organizations have to present full plans in order to they almost have to be ready to be implemented. And that's not all the participation we're looking for. We're looking for a simpler way for people and individuals and organizations to participate. Our recommendation is that there should be more of an effort to identify stakeholders who have not traditionally been involved in the process. We would recommend that the process is bookended with 2 joint online workshops in March and July, and this would give potential stakeholders and stakeholders an opportunity to see how the utilities are approaching new plans and how they can provide input. And then in between those 2 joint online workshops, there would be small group workshops specific to certain topics. We realize that not every organization wants to participate in every type of topic, right, in every type of program. So this could either be 9 small meetings, which we've laid out in our work group, or combine them into a large workshop and just delineate a time for each topic so that people and organizations can participate. We feel that this process would not only increase the amount of stakeholders participating, but would allow just different stakeholders to participate and at all levels of the process. And just as a point of comparison, the utilities did express during the workgroup meeting some concern that our process was too much to do in that amount of time. But recently, Washington Gas notified stakeholders in Washington, D.C. that they plan to file a potential study on October 31st, 2022, provide 4 presentations, and then file their 3-year plans by January 31st, 2023. So that is a much more compressed process than what we're proposing. We feel that our process allows significant time to really increase stakeholder involvement and in a substantial way. And we are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seichner. We reviewed attachment 1 of the workgroup report, which is your OPC proposal. We recognize that the utilities also have a proposal on stakeholder engagement, which is embodied in attachment 2. Will you be representing the utilities with respect to attachment 2? Mr. Miller.
Yes, sir. Good
Okay.
afternoon.
If you could compare and contrast OPC's proposal with the proposal of, I suspect it's the joint utilities?
Yes.
Okay. If you could respond to Ms. Eichner and why your proposal is superior.
Yeah. In general, I'll say that the the working group did, including the joint utilities, did recognize the opportunity and the importance on increasing stakeholder participation and transparency in the program planning process. Really, the key difference is I should start is at a high level, both the OPC proposal and the joint utilities proposal, continues to leverage the staff-led technical conference, as well as a series of meetings following the technical conference to where both feedback is given to the stakeholders regarding ideas that are being considered and any feedback that the utilities have regarding the ideas, or for that matter, any feedback that any of the stakeholders have, for that matter, to the new ideas. So that is very similar in both regards, both the OPC proposal and the utility proposal. Really where the disconnect is, or the difference is the overall formality of the structure, which is highly rigorous, as well as the timing. And I note that the timing is highly dependent upon other actions occurring, such as the goal structure being decided and the parameters, which we're expecting in February timeframe, in order to really kick off the planning process. So as a result, where the utilities are today is it's really hard to set a precise schedule and formality to the process at this time, recognizing that the timeline that we're working in is more truncated than normal, effectively starting sometime February or March of next year, concluding May of June of next year, with all the other activities that are occurring concurrent to that. So I note that in the working group report is that all parties in the working group agreed to continue to work together to establish the time frame around the program planning process and to inform the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I recognize there's been extensive discussions between all the parties in this work group proceeding. The commissioners, I'm sure they may have additional questions, but we'll have to take this back, determine the substance, determine the timelines. They're different. One is more aggressive than the other. I'll put Mr. Hurley in the hot seat and ask if staff has. You can see the pros and cons between the OPC proposal and the utility proposal, but does staff have a preference between the two competing proposals?
I think there's points of each proposal that we could take into account for and move forward as a work group and determine what can be in, what can be out. I do agree, we mentioned this in the work group meeting, that the timeline for this planning process is going to be a lot shorter than previous cycles. So to the extent that we get the direction of the proper goal and get moving forward on the planning process, of course, so I think, again, with the technical conference will still happen, and then we'll just have to determine what other meetings we need to have. But staff is fully supportive of increasing stakeholder involvement and in the processes. I think in the past, when Ms. Legner was talking about the proposals, EmPOWER Maryland has 4 qualities that need to be matched: cost effectiveness, bill impact, impact on jobs. So when we got proposals from parties in the past, we wanted to see as much information as possible, so we weren't having, not to say anyone was going to come and say, hey, here's an idea. Well, okay, how much does that cost? How much does that save? Is it worth investigating? So that's kind of how we were in the past. Now, if there are ideas that can come forward and hopefully maybe not have the full amount of information that we've asked for in the past, but give us, 50% of what we looked for in the past, I think we might be able to consider those as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, just to piggyback, I'm just curious. I don't want to put MEA on the spot, but you're an important stakeholder. Do you have any thoughts on these two proposals? Both, excuse me, sound like they would be a very big improvement in the transparency in the process. But if you're prepared to, I don't again want to put you on the spot.
So MEA supports increasing stakeholder participation. Currently, we don't have a preference for either the utility proposal or the OPC proposal because they're both positives and cons, especially given the shorter time frame, as Dan alluded earlier. So yeah, we don't have a preference for either proposal. We feel that they do have their positives and they have their shortcomings for both
Okay.
of them.
But you think it's important we adopt at least one of those proposals again, and both would enhance the transparency of the process and in the involvement of stakeholders?
Yes.
You agree? Great. Thank you.
Do the companies OPC or staff think there's an opportunity to revisit these two proposals and take the best of both and find a middling ground? Is there any hope for that, or are you hopelessly at a non-consensus place?
I would say that we're not hopelessly in a non-consensus place. I think from where we started, I think we're moving in the right direction. I don't necessarily think the commission has to direct either one or the other proposals. I think there's, again, it's still tight, but I think there is time for us to figure this out on our own as a work group and get to consensus.
Yeah, I mean, let me go to OPC and I'll go to the companies.
Commissioner O'Donnell, I might say that if the commission could direct us a little bit more as to what you like or don't like about the proposals, I do think additional time could help. And maybe if we were given another meeting or two, I do think that we could talk over this more, and I think we have the same idea. It's just the implementation.
So you're suggesting in our order that we restate the pros of both proposals and not have a preference for the cons?
Even if you give us a little bit of direction as to what you'd like us, maybe a little more detail as to what you're looking for, and then we could meet again with that in mind. But I do think additional
stakeholder engagement is obviously important to everybody. I haven't heard anyone say they don't support it. We obviously are going to support it, but I think I'd rather have the parties work it out than us dictate what we want. But let's hear from the joint utilities.
Yeah, speaking for the utilities, I say that we agree with staff, and the basis of that is everyone in the working group acknowledged and agreed with the opportunity to increase the participation and transparency. And really, again, when I look at both proposals, they're very similar in many regards. It's really I'll say the formality, the rigor, aggressiveness, and potential duplication was some of the underlying issues that the utilities had. But I do believe there is opportunity for middle ground. So I agree with staff.
Thank you.
Just don't bring us back a Frankenstein. Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So participation versus and transparency are kind of two different things. So are there groups out there that are not participating now that have expressed interest in doing so? Or is there something that you're hoping to receive from these parties that we perceive are out there but are not participating currently? Some feedback that you're looking
Commissioner,
for?
I can speak to that a little bit. Again, Dylan Voorhees with VEIC. There are parties that are impacted by EmPOWER programs that don't participate in any of the stakeholder processes, whether they're the work groups or the technical conference or other opportunities in the past. And I think it is unrealistic to imagine that you will get a lot more participation without a proactive outreach. These kinds of stakeholders, community-based organizations and others impacted by the programs, they have other things to do in their day, and they have other priorities for their time. Many of them face barriers that are going to prevent them from coming into a room like this. And so I think it's important that the first recommendation in the OPC slide is that the utilities take responsibility for really finding out who isn't at the table and why, and how can we help bring them to the table and find their input. And I think that requires creativity and proactivity, not a passive process. It doesn't matter how many rooms you've set up. If stakeholders face barriers for coming into those rooms to bring their ideas about how these programs can help them, then you're going to miss those stakeholders' views.
So what are you hoping to hear from them that we haven't heard either from advocates like yourselves or from other parties that are already engaged?
I think an agreement that there be a proactive process to identify stakeholders that are not participating and go out to them and engage them and not be passive. I think that's what we're looking for from the utilities.
I'm sorry, not from the utilities. I meant from the parties that are not participating currently. Assume that the utilities do, in fact, or any entity does in fact proactively reach out to these other organizations that are not participating currently.
Yep.
What are you looking to hear from them that we don't have in front of us now?
Well, this answer is pretty high level, but how can the programs help meet their needs more? Why do they or don't they participate in the programs, and how can they benefit more from those programs? What are they looking for in the programs? How do they respond to education or marketing or outreach or not? But it's really, I don't know what they would have to say. And I think that's kind of the point, is probably none of us in the room understand the views of the variety of stakeholders that are impacted by these programs. And so let's go to them and find out what they have to say, whatever it is.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you to the participants in this work group. We'll now transition to the Midstream work group report. If anybody needs to swap out from the table, now would be the time. If anybody would like to present on the Midstream work group report, please approach the table. Mr. Hurley.
Dan Hurley for Commission staff. So the Midstream work group filed a report last April that we discussed at the last EmPOWER hearing, and that group recommended to the Commission for us to meet monthly over the summer and try to work on 6 bullet points from our recommendation that the Commission granted us to do in the last order. We did meet all summer. Mr. Loper from the Loper Energy team, his team really took on the heavy lift of this proposal. I will say that, at one point, if we were at between A to Z as far as our gap of consensus, I think we probably got that down to like a G to N. So we're moving in the right direction on some aspects, and some aspects are pretty, I'm going to say heels are dug into the ground, but it's pretty hard positions being taken.
Thank you. I know OPC and the HVAC lobby had their own recommendations. Ms. Zeichner, would you like to elaborate?
Yes, and Mr. Voorhees is actually going to speak to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've already touched a little bit on the performance of these programs, and to be clear, they're talking about 2 programs, the HVAC program and the component of the appliance program, which deals with heat pump water heaters. And both of those are called Midstream, and just to reorient what we're talking about products that are sold primarily through a distributor channel, not exclusively. We're talking about these equipment like heat pumps, like air conditioners, like heat pump water heaters. They can, in some cases, be bought directly by consumers, but mostly this is a strategy to impact the large numbers of units that are sold by distributors to contractors who then install them on behalf of customers. So that's the what that we're talking about. And the HVAC program, with the exception of Smeco, is performing well below savings targets, and that's been true for many years. And as Ms. Eichner summarized earlier, the heat pump water heater component of the appliance program is also really failing to sort of move that market. There's previously been disagreement about changes to the programs that might result in improvement. And what we've come to realize is that there's a more fundamental disagreement, it appears. It really appears that there's not agreement not only about the changes to the program, but disagreement about whether the program has fundamental problems. And if you don't agree on whether there's a problem with the program, then it becomes very difficult to agree on what the potential solutions are. And there's been a lot of information generated in this series of meetings. Mr. Loper's team, as Mr. Hurley suggested, generated 2 important reports. One, interviews of trade allies in Maryland, and another, a survey of many other jurisdictions and some of the practices and experiences they have. Both of those generated a lot of information. but it's not clear to us what diagnosis of a problem the utilities have identified with these programs. And so OPC's reluctant conclusion is that the commission should direct some changes to these programs explicitly. And I can talk a little bit about those. I believe those recommendations for program changes are shared with the contractors.
And you would like us to implement these changes mid-cycle, in the middle of this 3-year cycle?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and as I said, some reluctance, less to the idea of a mid-cycle change. I think it's important with a 3-year cycle to be adapting, and these programs are not performing, and so I think adaptation is appropriate. I think it's a little bit of reluctance because having the commission direct program changes is not a first choice. But we don't really see another pathway to improving these programs, and OPC concludes that's not acceptable because these types of equipment and these strategies are really fundamental to transforming our heating of our buildings.
Mr. McGee, does Mr. Voorhees speak for the HVAC contractors on this point?
He does, Your Honor, yes.
Do the utilities wish to respond? Turn to Mr. Hurley. Mr. Hurley, does staff have a position? This is predominantly attachment B of the Midstream Work Group report, and then we'll go to Mr. Ripko. Or is this not of concern?
No, I think one consideration that staff had with this proposal is, sometimes the different territories, the different service territories have different characteristics. Ideally, in Power, we try to have these programs as consistent as possible. So moving towards a consistent model is always appropriate when it's appropriate to do so. Instead of levels, we try to keep, we have the up to amounts, so there's some flexibility in providing incentives for the different utilities depending on market conditions. So, yeah, ideally we'd like to see a consistent program across the state, but noting the factors that there's potential for differences that are needed based on service territory characteristics.
Yeah, I think Mr. Voorhees would recognize or agree that this is a bit of a heavy lift mid-cycle.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that one of the points that OPC made in comments is that it's worth starting to think about 2024 and an alternative model of having a single implementer. And that's not a recommendation for this cycle. That would be, I think, disruptive. But I think it's not too soon to start thinking about that, and both for the utilities and the commission to consider that model, which is a model other places sometimes use when you're not dealing primarily with utility customers, you're dealing with trade allies and contractors and distributors that operate in markets that don't follow service territory.
The midstream programs have always been, at least for me, somewhat more complicated to wrap my head around because you're dealing with a number of very diverse parties. The utilities, Mr. Maloney, who we saw earlier, representing the HVAC folks. The dollars have to flow from ratepayers to the utilities, to the contractors, and making sure that they get the money in short order seems to be an issue as well. And if they don't, there's less of an incentive to push some of those products. We'll hear from Mr. Ripko.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I just had one last point. So with the midstream, some of the discussion in the report dealt with instant rebates and then lowering, distributor/contractor reporting requirements. And, there is a concern with lowering those reporting requirements due to our evaluation process. So these programs are tricky to evaluate in the first place, and so we need as much information to properly evaluate them as possible.
Right. Yeah, I saw reducing program requirements, the burdens effectively on the contractors is something that I think Mr. McGee and Mr. Voorhees is looking to do, and you're basically saying that could potentially short-circuit some of the EMNV requirements?
Potentially.
Okay. Mr. Ripko.
Good afternoon. This is Eric Ripko again with Baltimore Gas and Electric. I think the first point I'd like to make is we listened to all the utilities report today, and they're all expected to achieve goal for the 2022 reporting period. Again, we understand that there's going to be programs that overperform and underperform. The utilities have been appreciate the work that Mr. Loper, his team, as well as Mr. Hurley have done in facilitating this work group. And we continue to work with the work group. In addition, we continue to work with our distributors and contractors and other partners out there to improve our own processes. And, we've definitely taken lessons learned from this work group and continue to refine and work through our programs as we have worked to try to improve our midstream programs. So.
Great, thank you. Mr. McGee, just an add-on to the joint HVAC plus OPC recommendation that was just discussed. You had your separate recommendation that we touched on a little bit earlier. Based on everything you heard today, anything else you'd like to elaborate on the SEER versus ER situation?
Yes, thank you. At the end, there was a discussion with Potomac Edison and Commissioner Richard about could the utilities or could the evaluators evaluate the demand savings if there was no EER standard. And so I think the thought was that, well, if the baseline is 0, if DOE has no requirement for EER, how would we then be able to have any savings if our HVAC units have no EER? And I think staff and Mr. Loper might be able to explain it more, but in conversations with them, staff and Mr. Loper were able to figure out what the baseline would be. So there's no threat that there's not going to be any demand savings calculated if you would use the 0 EER like DOE did. As it relates to this topic here, I just want to add one thing. And the utilities have in their filing, their first main objection is that there's not a clear need being expressed by the trade allies that instant rebates are needed. So I want to comment on that. My clients, I represent over 300 HVAC contractors. Some are individual people that have their own sole proprietorship. Others are maybe 2 to 3 man companies, or some are larger, like Mr. Maloney was. And so they have different needs, and the people that aren't the HVAC contractors that aren't participating in the program see 2 reasons why. One is the paperwork that they need to submit and the manpower that it takes for them to do it, and the other is the lag time to get the rebate. So if the contractor is going to front the rebate to the customer, he or she then submits that information to the distributor. Distributor then eventually submits it to the utility. Utility pays distributor. Distributor then eventually pays the contractor. So it's a long time. People that are larger HVAC companies that have credit with the distributor don't realize that because that hit it all because their account isn't docked, and so they're not actually asked for the money. But it's the smaller companies that don't have that type of relationship, that don't have that credit system with the distributor, that do have an issue with, I can't survive if I'm fronting this money to a customer times X number of customers. So I think that's where the utilities may see an issue of, well, wait, we're hearing different things from the contractors. Well, that's why, because you have different sized contractors. And it's really the people that aren't participating, the smaller ones, that we're trying to address this issue with the instant rebate.
Mr. McGee, in OPC's comments, they reference that contractors and distributors feel that there's too much red tape and bureaucratic process. Is that what you're describing? That kind of
in part, and so and this actually goes to Mr. Hurley's comment about the EM&V process. What the contractors would do when they get the rebate or at the point of sale is what we're proposing. They would provide everything that Mr. Loper needs. The name of the customer, the address, so they know that they're within, say, BG&E service territory. The the distributor already has the specifications of the unit itself to make sure that it is eligible. And I think that's all that was needed. There was also a discussion that the contractor would give a registration form to the distributor or to the utility in some way so that they could see what unit is being replaced. And so those type of things I believe that's all that the evaluators would need, and our clients would be happy to provide those at that time. I don't know if there's any paperwork needed, and so if that's the sole amount, that burden goes away.
So it sounds like there's a process that the utility companies and other parties may need completed in order for the financial part of the transaction to finish itself. And all of the contractors aren't similarly situated to move through that process. What is that doing for the Empower Maryland program itself amongst the contractors? Do you have some that might see scenarios where consumers could be eligible, but they decide not to offer it because of the process they think is going to be that challenging?
Exactly. It's a business proposition that these individual contractors face. If I offered this unit, which costs much higher, if you go from a 15 SEER to an 18 SEER, the incremental cost difference is much, much higher than the rebate that's provided. And so when contractors are faced with that, if they're a small shop and they don't have the time and ability to submit these rebates, they just don't deal with it, frankly. And it's not one of the options that they are going to push to a customer, because the incentive isn't there enough for the contractor to do it. It's not there enough for that particular customer to do it, and they just don't bother with it. Almost everyone you've seen with me does not fall into that category. They're big enough that they do have that ability to do it, and they understand the business sense of participating in EmPOWER. But the reality is not all of the HVAC contractors in the state do. And so if they see these two burdens of trying to get this information, trying to submit it, waiting for it to come back, it's just not something that they're focused on at the kitchen table when they're trying to sell equipment.
Well, it sounds like that could potentially be an issue that would impact the numbers of consumers that are participating in the program, which is something we've talked about earlier.
Correct.
Unrelated to this topic, but just in general, in terms of encouraging more people to participate.
Right, and we think with the instant rebate process, you will increase the number of people that participate and also increase the savings. So we do think they go hand in hand.
Okay. You joined the table. I don't know if you had something to add.
Good afternoon, Ed Miller. On behalf of the joint utilities, I just want to note that the utilities do appreciate the feedback and the many meetings that the working group has had, and we do support trying to improve the program. And just want to highlight a few of the issues that we identified throughout the working group process with moving to an instant rebate. The first thing that I will note is that, before I get into what the issues that have been identified in the working group, is that the utilities have continued to work with our distributors to decrease the lag time on payments as much as possible. So we do, again, recognize the feedback, and it is something that we have strived for. And those efforts are in the working group report in attachment A. But some of the issues that we identified through the working group process is that, I think it's been acknowledged that Loper Energy did a survey of trade allies, including distributors and contractors. Very much appreciate the efforts of Loper Energy in supporting the working group. This gave us data, which we always strive to have to justify making program changes. The information that we received regarding the lag time on the rebate was really inconclusive, at least in our review of the results of that trade ally survey. And in fact, it did identify an issue in that some of the distributors that were surveyed indicated that they would leave the program altogether if we were to move to an instant rebate. And the issues that the distributors decided is additional administration and data requirements on their part, as well as financial implications for their business. And they cited how uncertainty with how it affects their taxes, as an example. So I want to note that the utilities did look at the trade ally survey results, and again, acknowledge that the survey results were more inconclusive in regards to the payment lag being an issue, but also identifying concerns with distributor continued participation in our programs. Something that we're very sensitive to. We don't want to take steps backwards either. We don't want to lose participation in the program. So I just wanted to highlight those, and there's more information in the working group report.
Mr. Chairman, can I add a comment here? I agree that the Trade Ally survey, which surveyed a dozen or a dozen and a half companies in the state, was difficult to interpret. There was mixed messages. Mr. McGee has suggested why some of that exists, is that there's different contractors of different types. There's distributors, there's manufacturers, there's many different types of trade allies. And we would acknowledge that moving to this system, and it's an instant rebate, but it's got a lot that goes with it. It's reducing the financial transaction cost and the informational or red tape transaction cost at the same time. And it's really designing a program that is oriented around the value proposition for distributors and contractors. But this is not a speculative approach. This is an approach that's in place in other jurisdictions that see 60% market participation, for example, with heat pump water heaters. You saw from some of the numbers earlier that Maryland is well below 1% of the number of water heaters that are sold every year being heat pump water heaters. So we know that these strategies can work. They are not silver bullets. They will take effort. But this is not a speculative approach, and it's one that's embraced by certainly a large set of the trade allies. And back to my earlier point, we simply don't see an alternative strategy besides keep at a system that's not performing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voorhees. Thank you to everybody on these last two work group panels. These are some of the most complicated issues, at least for me, to consider after today as the commission begins to draft its decision, and we hope to get a decision out in the not too distant future. But I appreciate all the testimony today. Anything from my colleagues on the Midstream report? Commissioner Richard.
Yes, I think we covered that issue very well, but I am interested in this uniform approach to end-use customer communications. Mr. McGee, from the industry approach, what do you envision happening with the utilities? Would you be just handing over the education process or the promotion process through a utility campaign, advertising campaign, or what exactly is meant by this recommendation?
Mr. Commissioner, I'm gonna actually punt over to OPC. We joined it, but it wasn't our brainchild. Our issue of terms of consistency was more about the rebates being consistent, less so the communication. So I'll let.
Okay, because it was also it was discussed in the in terms of credibility as well, that the industry you have a commercial approach. But anyway, maybe OPC, you could help me understand this recommendation.
Well, I don't mean to throw my colleague representing the contractors under the bus, but I think the point was here, and you can speak to this, Mr. McGee, was that contractors are a source of information for customers, but customers are more likely to adopt new technology if they are not only getting a sales pitch from a contractor. And so the point is that the utilities can play a really important role in educating customers about the benefits of these new technologies, which are complemented by what contractors can say at a kitchen table about the benefits of technology. And that came loud and clear from the survey of other jurisdictions, that the utilities or program administrators play a very important role in the base education and base motivation of customers to be interested in these new technologies. I don't dispute Commissioner O'Donnell's assertion that customers are not clamoring for heat pump water heaters, but I think that's an artifact of
programs that have not sufficiently engaged customers about the value proposition, and I think there's more that can be done. And we see in other jurisdictions where utilities and contractors are both playing a role, very high participation in those programs. And it's not because their incentives are a lot higher, for example.
Or maybe as we've heard in these hearings before, that the heat is taken out of the air in the home by a heat pump water heater, and therefore makes it colder and harder to heat, and is therefore somewhat less efficient. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, because I don't have one. But what I do know, none of my neighbors are talking about them as the next iPhone.
I will say it is cold when
I
we.
was just going to ask just before I finished. So the recommendation is you would want us to order some kind of activity, a promotional activity, campaign of some sort. I'm just wanting to understand how we put this into action.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. This is an area that, at least at a high level, there's agreement that more customer education about this technology would be a good thing. I think the question is about magnitude, and so honestly, it is a little bit challenging to put a fine point on that. OPC would like to see a significant increase in customer education and outreach and marketing around these technologies, heat pumps and heat pump water heaters. What that means in a quantitative way is unclear. I think the utilities are generally spending their marketing budgets in the HVAC program. I think that's generally my understanding. They're far underspending in their incentive budgets because the units are not moving. So I think it is possible to see an increase in marketing and education activities, and maybe the budget overall in the programs would allow for that.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, obviously this is an area that we need to do much better, especially if we're going to not see as much from the lighting side. But I think these, as you pointed out in your testimony, are the two biggest energy-using items. Heating, water, and the HVAC systems in a home. So thank you for your testimony.
I believe Commissioner Bubar wanted to share some experience with her own heat pump water heater.
It is cold when it is running. It's very cold in the basement when the heat pump water heater is running. So I'm actually just curious, what is the value proposition for a heat pump water heater? What if you were sitting at the kitchen table? What would your sales pitch be?
They use less energy. They are very energy efficient, and if you're talking about somebody that's heating their water with gas, moving to electricity is a little bit more complicated bit of math on what they cost and what they save. If you are heating your water with electricity using a traditional electric water heater, and something more than 40%, it may be 45% of folks in Maryland are using electric water heaters right now. So they have the electric hookup. It's a good value proposition for those customers in particular, and will save money over the life of the equipment.
Thank you.
Before we adjourn, Commissioner O'Donnell would like to recall Baltimore Gas Electric.
Yeah, I'm not sure who should answer this question, but I did want to follow up with where BG&E left their aggregation pilot. I asked Smeco about it, and I want to ask someone from BG&E about theirs. Where did it end? What's the status? What has been done with it? If anything.
Yeah, Eric Upko on behalf of BG. The disaggregation pilot was wrapped up, and I believe it was a year or two ago that it was wrapped up. Definitely similar to Smeco's experience, there definitely was concern or some issues launching it during the middle of COVID. We did work through the pilot. We did find different ways to reach customers to use that information when we were trying to through the different modules that we did. We moved the messaging around. We changed things. There were different ways which we did follow on messaging, and there was a good amount of information that we've taken from that and look at it, in the future, not only for the energy efficiency program, but there's there could be value as well as we look to other programs. If we see that customers are plugging in an electric vehicle in their house, there's maybe different messaging that we could serve to them as we start to disaggregate more and more of what customers are doing.
So is BG&E going to incorporate that into their recommendations for future program cycles?
It'll be looked at for future program cycles.
What do you mean it'll be looked at? I don't know what that means.
We'll look at what the expectations are for the 2024 to 2026 cycle and see if there's opportunities to leverage anything from that pilot.
Did we get a report from the two utilities on the disaggregation?
We did. It's probably several years ago. It's Pioneer Case 9494 in the 2018 to 2020 cycle.
I'm going to pull them out and look at them.
As I recall, most of the data that came back was kind of statistically insignificant.
Yeah, that's what I seem to recall. And I seem to recall a discussion that said we'll pick this back up when we can make it statistically significant. But I'm not hearing either utility say that today. Let's dust them off and I'll take a look at them and see where we are, because we obviously spent ratepayer money on these, and there's supposed to be a process for pilots with regard to sharing that information and getting lessons learned out to other utilities and not being held close to the vest. So I want to take a look at them. Very good. Thank you.
As we adjourn today, I would just like to congratulate the program administrators on their success for the first 2 quarters of this year. We have a relatively consistent team amongst the utilities and DHCD after all these years, and I think that has contributed to all of that success. I'd like to also thank our own commission staff as well, who has participated today. Mr. Loper, thank you as well for all of the reporting that you have done to influence and move this docket forward. We will look forward to issuing an order in the not too distant future, and look forward to seeing all of you back here next spring. With that, today's hearing is adjourned.